Jo. Läuft alles? Es läuft alles. Es geht. Sieht alles gut aus. Eine Sache. Ne, egal. Dann wechseln wir mal einfach hier rüber und so, ne? Ja. So. Guten Abend und so. Ist wieder ein bisschen her. Und ich weiß auch nicht, wie lange ich heute mache, weil ich bin immer noch ein bisschen angeschlagen. Ich war krank vor einer Woche. Noch nicht so hundertprozentig wieder fit. Ich hoffe, das wird die Tage wieder. Und ich habe richtig schlecht geschlafen letzte Nacht. Bin ein kleines bisschen müde, aber ich hatte Bock, Metal Gear Solid weiterzuspielen heute. Wir werden anfangen mit Ground Zeroes heute. Und wahrscheinlich auch zu Ende spielen. Zumindest die Hauptmission. Und dann in Phantom Pain einsteigen. Das wird richtig gut. Ich freue mich. Oh, ich freue mich schon seit einer ganzen Weile auf dieses Spiel. Es ist fantastisch. Es ist einfach ein verdammt gutes Spiel. Ja, das ist jetzt September, das heißt, ich habe weniger Zeit, aber ich schaffe das bestimmt trotzdem immer wieder mal zwischendurch zu streamen. Ja. Deshalb starte ich einfach mal, glaube ich, spielen. Und dafür pausiere ich direkt mal Spotify. Vorhin mal einen ganz kurzen Testrun gemacht. Ja, Performance war okay. Ground Zeroes ist mittlerweile, ich glaube, 9 Jahre alt ungefähr. Phantom Pain hatte vor ein paar Tagen irgendwie 8-jähriges. Ja, es ist 9 Jahre alt, dieses Spiel. Und es läuft jetzt auf dem PC. Das ist nicht mehr die PlayStation, es ist jetzt gutes PC-Gameplay. Das heißt für mich weniger technische Probleme und ich sollte eigentlich immer alles sehen. Hab keine Bildaussetzer mehr. Das ist so. Ja, ist cool. Ich gehe jetzt in die Mission Select rein. Weil ich habe immer noch mein altes Save Game. Ich glaube bei Ground Zeroes ist das egal. Kann ich einfach die Main Mission einfach nochmal starten. Bin mir gerade nicht sicher, ob ich das auf normal oder auf hart spielen soll. Ground Zeroes machen wir mal auf hart. Ich weiß nicht, ob wir Phantom Pain auf hart machen. Das könnte für mich vielleicht ein bisschen hart sein. Mal gucken. Ich hoffe, das ist jetzt auch mit allen Cutscenes und so. Das wäre gut. Mich freuen. Dann gehen wir rein. Macht euch auf ein sehr emotionales Abenteuer bereit. Es wird... Oh. Peace Walker hat so viel vorbereitet, was hier jetzt losgeht. Es wird gut. Oh ja. Sieht immer noch so gut aus. Mal ganz ehrlich. Vor allem Ground Zero sieht so verdammt gut aus. Mit dem Regen und der Nacht und dem Licht und alles. Und dem Wind.
She told us everything. Don't worry, I kept my word. She didn't suffer long. Here. You earned it. How's it feel to play the traitor? No more war games. You're a real man now, soldier.
Ja, das ist Chico aus Peace Walker, der kleine Junge, der unbedingt Soldat sein wollte. Und jetzt ist er gefangen.
Give my regards to your boss when you get home.
Oh. Tschüss, VOD auf Twitch. War schön mit dir. Hallo, Copyright Claims auf YouTube. Das ist ganz schlimm in dem Spiel. Aber das Spiel hat eine richtig, richtig gute Musikauswahl.
Ten days ago, we got reports that Paz was still alive.
She survived.
She was rescued by a Belizean fisherman who found her drifting in the Caribbean.
So what's the plan? Silence her before we're compromised?
No. I've got something else in mind. Our friends at Cypher suspect Paz could be a double agent. She's being held for interrogation at a camp on the southern tip of Cuba.
Black site. Nice. A slice of American pie on communist soil, and out of U.S. legal jurisdiction.
The upcoming inspection of Mother Base has to be connected somehow. The timing's too perfect.
The UN's nuclear inspection.
My guess is they're trying to corroborate Paz's leak.
We're an army without a nation.
Word of our capabilities gets out, and we'll have the whole world out to shut us down. Having an American private intelligence agency involved, bad news. Cypher's the ones who sent Paz to us in the first place.
She knows their true nature.
Right. Paz is our only link to Cypher. If she's still alive, we need her on our side.
is in.
Okay, wir wissen, es ist eine Falle. Sehr gut. Und das ist Skullface.
This pirate crackdown's a go. Move!
Ihm läuft richtig schön die Suppe im Kopf runter.
So who's the other target?
That would be Chico. He's being held in the same area as Paz. Last radio contact was 40 hours ago. Find them both. Bring him back alive. Enter the compound from the south cliff. Secure Chico and Paz, then report back from the rendezvous point. We'll send a chopper from across the Cuban border. You should be back at Mother Base in time for lunch. You'll probably just miss our guests. The only catch is you go in solo. The politically sensitive nature of the mission means backup is not an option.
Fine. I like some alone time now and then. I'm in front of the prison camp.
Excellent, Snake. Age hasn't slowed you down one bit.
Das ist so ein ikonisches Bild. Ah. Snake.
Kept you waiting, huh?
Ja. Snake wird nicht mehr gesprochen von David Hayter, sondern in diesem Spiel von Kiefer Sutherland. Was ich sehr schade finde für David Hayter, weil David Hayter einfach mega cool ist und einfach die Stimme von Snake. Aber ich finde Kiefer Sutherland macht seinen Job auch ganz gut.
Chico and Paz are being held in an old unused part of the compound. Get inside and head northeast.
Und da geht's los. Oh Gott.
This is an infiltration mission. You've got to stay out of sight. Before you go any further, use your binoculars to recon the area.
Ja, Snake ist zurück. Auf gefährlicher Mission. Und ja, das erste Mal auf dem PC, so jetzt mit mir. Okay, hier kackt irgendwie gerade ein bisschen Tiefenschärfe ab, aber egal.
What do you see? Press the call button to get more intel. Your binoculars are equipped with a directional microphone. You should be able to listen in on whatever they're pointed at.
So, der ganze Bums ist jetzt ein bisschen offener gestaltet. Ground Zeroes ist im Prinzip ein relativ großes,
Keep low. You can check
offenes,
the controls on the pause screen.
offenes Level. Es gibt nicht mehr die klassischen Codec Calls.
If you ready your weapon while crawling, you can move horizontally left or right. If you do that holding the dash button, you'll move faster.
Jo, jetzt hab ich verkackt. Oh, das hab ich gleich noch nie gesehen.
Another unit patch. Could there be more of them?
Ich find's, ich hab's vorhin schon mal gesagt, aber ich find's einfach so krass, wie gut dieses Spiel immer noch aussieht. Wenn man genau, wenn man genau hinguckt, dann sieht man halt schon, dass die Texturen so ein bisschen matschig sind. Die sind jetzt nicht so hoch aufgelöst wie in moderneren Spielen und die Objekte haben auch ein bisschen mehr Polygone, aber das sieht man auch nur, wenn man wirklich richtig genau hinguckt. Also von der Stimmung her, von der Lichtstimmung her, sieht einfach immer noch so gut aus. Und das ist 9 Jahre alt, das Spiel. Das finde ich richtig gut, wenn man direkt am Anfang verkackt. Ich kann so lange hier mal auf meinen iDroid gucken. Fuck, muss mich hinlegen. Nicht.
Get on.
Okay. I guess I die. Ich muss mir noch die Fails von Peace Walker aufschreiben. Einen Moment. Ich weiß nicht, ob ich die Fails hier so hart tracken werde. gucken.
This is an infiltration mission. You've got to stay out of sight. Before you go any further, use your binoculars to recon the area. If you ready your weapon while crawling, you can move horizontally left or right. If you do that holding the dash button, you'll move faster.
Rays, seals. Those ain't no jarhead birds, I can tell you that. Some paramilitary setup?
Some of the guys were saying. You know what? Best we just drop this, right?
Sure.
To climb an obstacle, press the action button.
Eigentlich... Naja, ich will hier nicht hoch. Will da rein. Und hier einmal hoch und mir den Typen holen. Ich weiß gerade nicht mehr, wie die Steuerung hier ging. Wie wähle ich das denn aus? Pfeiltaste.
The map has been updated.
Spit it out.
Leute bewusstlos machen geht ein bisschen schneller als in Peace Walker.
To the old prison area. You can bring up the target's location on your iDroid.
So, ich glaube, wir sind noch in den irgendwie Ende der 70er oder so, Mitte, Ende der 70er, natürlich. Natürlich gibt es in den 70ern Holotechnologie.
Marker placed.
Eyes open, boss. Contact me if you need advice. That rain just won't let up. It'll help you stay out of sight.
dachte, ich bin schnell genug.
CP, this is Zulu 6. Lost eyes on enemy. Checking last point of contact. Over. This is CP. Understood. Keep your eyes peeled for any movement. Out.
Ist übrigens, Ground Zeroes ist tatsächlich das erste Metal Gear Solid, das ich jemals gespielt habe. Das war damals bei Xbox Live Gold kostenlos mal irgendwann, als ich noch auf der Xbox gespielt habe.
Lost visual contact. Heading the last known position. Over. This is CP. Understood. Make your check, but proceed with caution. Out.
Und da habe ich dann Ground Zeroes mal ein bisschen gespielt und fand das cool und wollte dann mal einfach mal Metal Gear Solid spielen. Dann habe ich mir dann habe ich mir die Legacy Collection geholt. Und so ging meine Metal Gear Solid Reise an. Und das ist, oh, wie lange ist es her?
CP, this is Delta 1. Lost visual contact. Heading the last known position. Over. This is CP. Understood.
Das ist eine ganze Weile nach Release auf jeden Fall gespielt. Meine Xbox-Phase, die war noch im Abi, glaube ich. Bis 2018 oder so. Also 2018 rum habe ich, glaube ich, Ground Zeroes gespielt und... Nee, Quatsch, viel früher. Ich tue mich gerade voll. 2000... Irgendwann 2016. Und dann habe ich mir 2010 die Legacy Collection geholt. Das war am Anfang vom Studium. Und hatte ich mir das dann für die Semesterferien gestellt. Und ich glaube, die ersten 3 Teile habe ich dann auch irgendwie in einer Woche oder so durchgespielt. Und dann ab Peace Walker wurde es dann, hab ich dann länger gebraucht und dann...
CP, this is Delta 9. Lost visual contact. Heading the last known position.
Ich glaube 4 habe ich auch irgendwie dann wieder an ein paar Tagen durchgespielt und 5 hat richtig lange gedauert. An 5 habe ich richtig lange gesessen, aber auch weil ich da richtig viele Nebenmissionen gemacht habe. Ja, dich habe ich nicht gesehen, Brudi. Ich hätte gerne, dass die Tür zugeht. Aber ich schätze mal, das ist es wegen dem. No.
Contact!
Also ich will nicht sagen, dass ich ziemlich verkackt habe. Aber ich habe schon ziemlich verkackt jetzt. Da sieht mich jemand.
Marker placed.
Spotted a suspicious individual. Going to check it out. Over. This is CP. Understood. Keep your guard up.
Da sind mehr Leute. Eieiei, okay. Schleich mich einfach mal hier rum. Nee, du siehst mich hier nicht. Das zählt nicht.
CP, this is Delta One. Investigation has turned up a whole lot of nothing. Over. This is CP. Understood. Return to your post. Out.
Das Geile ist, hätte ich irgendwie eine schallgedämpfte Pistole oder ein schallgedämpftes Gewehr, dann könnte ich das Licht ausmachen.
CP, this is Zulu One. We finished your search of the area.
Hä? Langsam kein Bock mehr. Okay, komm, Checkpoint. Ah.
This is an infiltration mission. You've got to stay out of sight. Head for the old prison. You'll find the targets there.
Das ist ein mega geiles Feature. Wenn man gespottet wird, hat man noch einen kurzen Moment zum Reagieren. Das muss schnell gehen. Okay, ich schalte jetzt mal auf die Armory, die hat mir nichts gebracht.
What do you see? Press the call button to get more intel. Take a good look at the enemy through your binoculars, and you can mark him. Marked enemies can be sensed when nearby, even if there's a wall between you and them. But it only works if you stop and take the time to focus your attention. This helps you maintain situational awareness. Try it. Contact me if you need advice. Head for the old prison. You'll find the targets there. Eyes open, boss.
Hey, you hear about the special ships guys have been pulling at the old prison? Right. Hey, the CO is tearing his hair out. I feel like I'm living in a prison, man.
Wenn der nochmal hier ins Camp leuchtet. Mal hier rüber. Hier bekommt man bestimmt auch irgendwie hin. Ich weiß gerade nicht wie.
You can now either interrogate him, knock him out, or kill him. His life is in your hands.
Spit it out.
The map has been updated.
Den will ich markiert haben. Aber ich glaube, der bleibt da einfach stehen. Wahrscheinlich der Typ, der hier hochkam vorhin. Nee, jetzt geht er runter. Okay, Simoni habe ich anscheinend gefunden.
Marker placed.
Da will ich runter.
That's the old prison area. The targets are there. Keep low. You can check the controls on the pause screen.
Da ist Chico. Wir sind das einfach generell Gefangene. Wenn der sich... Oh, der dreht sich um, ne? Das ist schlecht. Das ist richtig schlecht.
Spit it out.
The map has been updated.
CP, this is Delta 4. Threat in the area. We're tightening security. Over. This is CP. Understood. Watch for anything suspicious. Out.
Warum siehst du mich denn hier? Warum seht ihr mich alle hier? Seid ihr irgendwie bescheuert?
CP, this is Delta 4. Spotted a suspicious person. Checking it out. Over. This is CP. Understood. Keep your guard up. Out.
What the hell is this?
Delta 4, this is CP. Give me a sit rep. Do you copy? Come in. We have a situation. All units on alert. CP, this is Delta 1. Still no sign of the enemy. Standing down. Over. This is CP. Understood. All fire teams, return to your posts.
Das war peinlich. Ach so, ich muss jetzt Chico finden. Jetzt gucken, welcher von den Chico
There's
ist.
someone in there. What do you plan on doing?
Da ist Chico, da rechts.
Another prisoner. Looks like he's alive. A POW. That's fine if he has some intel, I guess.
Und hier ist er. Chico. Ah.
Chico. Chico.
Arme Junge.
Chico, it's me.
No! No! Go away! Go away! No, man! Let me out of here, please! Get off me! Get off!
Chico, keep it down.
Go away! Right over here. Hey, you gotta let me out! You let me out, no! Stay here! Get off me!
Eure Zellen aufgemacht, ihr Idioten.
Chico, calm down. Calm down. Don't fight it. I got Chico.
And Paz?
Not here.
Are you sure?
Pretty sure.
Is Chico able to walk?
Hold on. Not gonna
Eher
happen.
nicht.
You'll have to carry him out then. Okay, boss, change your plans. Haul Chico over to the rendezvous point. We'll get Paz's whereabouts out of him once he's calmed down.
Ah, mir fällt gerade ein, ich wollte was nach.
Mission info has been
I marked the
updated.
RV on your map. Okay, now carry Chico there.
The map has been updated.
Da muss ich ihn
Marker
hinbringen.
placed.
Dann muss ich, glaube ich, einmal hier oben rum oder so. Aber ich nachgucken wollte, es gibt hier Kassetten, die habe ich mir, glaube ich, noch nie angehört. Die habe ich mir noch nie angehört, glaube ich. Wird Zeit.
This is a one-man
Geile
infiltration
ist-
mission, boss. Equipment is the bare essentials. Anything else will be OSP.
Ich kann mir die jetzt
The
einfach so
target
anhören.
location is a prison camp on a U.S. military base. Those Marines have the place locked down tight. Your only backup will be one extraction chopper. We can't send anything else.
You won't need to.
Again, this is infiltration, a sneaking mission. Your number one priority is remaining undetected. Use discretion before engaging any guards you encounter. Be mindful of their sensory perceptions: sight, sound, smell, and pain. Fortunately, these atmospheric conditions will continue until dawn. That should provide you with some cover.
At least the weather's on my side.
Your mission objective is to rescue Chico and Paz. According to Chico, they're both being held at an old prison facility. Recon from the intel unit supports this, so it's safe to assume that's where they are. Once you've gotten them to the RV, call in the extraction chopper. I'll monitor the situation and offer guidance from here, but you'll be the one in the field. How you handle this mission is entirely up to you, boss. Those tranquilizer rounds are only good for putting your target to sleep. Snake, yesterday we received official communication from the IAEA. It says, it has come to our attention that your organization recently purchased nuclear fuel from Uzbekistan authorities. We request permission to inspect your facilities.
What a load of bullshit.
Yeah, they're after Metal Gear Zeke's nuclear warhead. I'm betting this is payback from Cypher after Paz's leak.
Using the UN.
There's no telling how much influence they have. But the IAEA can only do inspections in countries that are party to the NPT.
And we're not a country.
Exactly. We haven't signed a safeguards agreement with the IAEA over peaceful nuclear use, and we're not obligated to report any nuclear material we have, nor information about any nuclear facilities. The IAEA has no authority to inspect us.
But despite all that,
That nuke's our last line of defense. We don't want to announce we have it until the world is preparing to wipe us off the map. Until then, we let everyone think we're just a private army with conventional firepower.
what's Huey's take?
That the problem's how to hide the nuke in Metal Gear. But I gotta tell you, he was all for it.
I see. But there's no way we can have the IAEA poking around here.
So what do? Ignore them?
Send them an official letter of refusal. Say that we're a private organization and we've done nothing to attract their suspicion.
You got it.
We finished Zeke's waterproofing reinforcement yesterday. The day after tomorrow, we'll be done installing the main depth control tank, the compressed air tank, and the attitude control propeller pod.
Huey,
If the underwater test goes well, next week we'll try the 300-foot seabed depth.
drop the act, Huey. How did we end up agreeing to the nuclear inspection?
Because after you sent that letter, I told them. After careful reconsideration, we agree to your request. And frankly,
Was ist? Let's go home. Snake. No! I wish I was dead.
Oh no, ich hab Dialog verpasst.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm just sorry.
Great. You reached the RV. Put the target down for a minute. How's he doing?
Chico, where is Paz?
She's dead.
When was this recorded?
She's dead.
Okay, now use your iDroid to call the chopper for pickup.
Nee, ich mach das gleich. Ich muss noch Gefangene retten. Und weiter Tape. Ups. Weiter Tapes hören.
Be inspected. This is our chance. If they come and go without discovering the nuke, we can tell the world we're clean. Of course, it's risky, and we'll have to make sure everything's perfect, but it'll be worth it.
Huey, can they do an inspection without going through the Board of Governors?
We contacted the IAEA's admin branch, and they said there's no record of us being brought up at
Ey Leute, wie siehst du mich denn hier?
meetings.
I'd say probably a preliminary inspection to determine whether we should be referred to the board. So it's bound to be a small
Komm ich ja
inspection,
nicht mehr hoch.
and they won't
What?
be here that long. Don't worry, leave everything to me.
Has the media gotten wind of this?
Yeah, 2 major Western networks want to do stories on us. I planned on saying yes.
Ey, also... Der hat doch einen Fitzel von mir gesehen. What the fuck? Ich glaube, das ist wirklich, weil ich auf hart gestellt habe. Können die durch Sachen gucken.
Boss, we have to get Chico out. Keep an eye out for nearby enemies. They could try to shoot down the chopper.
We finished Zeke's waterproofing reinforcement yesterday. The day after tomorrow, we'll be done installing the main depth control tank, the compressed air tank, and the attitude control propeller pod.
Huey.
If the underwater test goes well, next week we'll try the 300-foot seabed depth.
Drop the act, Huey. How did we end up agreeing to the nuclear inspection?
Because after you sent that letter, I told them. After careful reconsideration, we agree to your request. And frankly, we should be inspected. This is our chance. If they come and go without discovering the nuke, we can tell the world we're clean. Of course, it's risky, and we'll have to make sure everything's perfect, but it'll be worth it.
Huey, can they do an inspection without going through the Board of Governors?
We contacted the IAEA's admin branch, and they said there's no record of us being brought up at any of the board's meetings.
I'd say probably a preliminary inspection to determine whether we should be referred to the board. So it's bound to be a small inspection team, and they won't be here that long. Don't worry, leave everything to me.
Has the media gotten wind of this?
Yeah, 2 major Western networks want to do stories on us. I planned on saying yes.
What? You want to broadcast this place to the world?
That's why I agreed to the inspection. This is a golden opportunity. We can use the media to prove to the world we don't have a nuke. Besides, even if we said no, it would just be delaying the inevitable.
Ugh, Kaz, our hands are tied now. Start getting the place ready.
Thanks, boss.
Don't get the wrong idea. You set it up so that any more changes of heart will arouse suspicion, that's all.
Zeke stays, but we'll have to move all other AFVs to shore. Any potential troublemakers can go with them for some mandatory R&R. Sound good, boss?
Just do it.
So, das heißt, es geht auch gerade eine ganze Menge im Hintergrund ab, während wir auf dieser Mission sind.
About the inspection, what do we tell the men?
The truth. What else? The one thing we don't need to worry about is anyone here spilling the beans about Zeke.
Good point. What about the Sandinistas? There's still quite a few of them left on the base.
I hate to say it, but it won't look good having Soviet bloc personnel here. The problem is, moving a group that size in a hurry would look even worse.
At least Amanda's on assignment in Cuba. They'd recognize her. She should stay put for now.
All civilians save Huey will have to return to their countries.
Even your Parisian.
Of course, we'll get her whatever paper she needs.
Aber
Dr.
das Ziel war
Strangelove's
es nicht
departure
da.
came at a perfect time. The
Strangelove
less
ist nicht
Zeke-related
da.
staff here, the better.
Wait, she left?
That's right. You were away on a mission. She left last week. There's nothing cooking in AI weapons research, and Zeke is complete. There was really no reason for her to hang around.
I'm surprised Huey let her go that easy.
Yeah, his crush on Strangelove was never much of a secret, huh? He followed her everywhere while Zeke was in development. Boy, would she get pissed. But he does have a lot on his mind right now. I've got bigger issues to deal with. That's what he said.
That's the spirit, Huey.
Gas angefangen.
About the inspection, what do we tell the men?
The truth. What else? The one thing we don't need to worry about is anyone here spilling the beans about Zeke.
Good point. What about the Sandinistas? There's still quite a few of them left on the base.
Okay, es
I hate
wiederholt
to
einfach
say
die
it,
Kassette
it
nochmal,
won't
das
look good
wollte ich
having
nicht.
Soviet bloc personnel here. The problem is moving a group that size in a hurry. 10 days ago, we got reports that Paz was still alive.
She survived.
She was rescued by Belizean fishermen who found her drifting in the Caribbean.
So what's the plan? Silence her before we're compromised?
No. I've got something else in mind. Our friends at Cypher suspect Paz could be a double agent.
Okay, das haben wir
She's
schon
being held
gehört.
for interrogation at a camp on the southern tip of Cuba.
Black site. Nice. A slice of American pie on communist soil, and out of U.S. legal jurisdiction.
The upcoming inspection of Mother Base has to be connected somehow. The timing's too perfect.
The UN's nuclear inspection.
My guess is they're trying to corroborate Paz's leak.
We're an army without a nation.
Word of our capabilities gets out, and we'll have the whole world out to shut us down. Having an American private intelligence agency involved's bad news. Cypher's the ones who sent Paz to us in the first place.
She knows their true nature.
Right. Paz is our only link to Cypher. If she's still alive, we need her on our side. If not us, who else is gonna rescue that bitch?
When do we do it?
The inspection comes first. We'll deal with us afterwards.
Do the men know?
Word has started to spread. The information came from Cuba through Amanda. One of the base personnel used to belong to El Frente. I'll tell everyone we don't concern ourselves with the survival of enemy spies. We need them focused on the inspection. And if we get her back here and she isn't cooperative, there's still plenty of room for her in the ocean.
Works for me. What about Chico? He had a chance to stop Paz from hijacking Zeke and he blew it. He's carried that guilt ever since. Kid really did care about her.
Chico, it's hard to say how he'll react.
Have Amanda call him out to Cuba. He shouldn't be here right now.
Good idea. They haven't seen each other in a while. Little time with Big Sis and he'll forget all about you-know-who.
Okay, nächstes Tape.
What? Still no sign of Chico?
What's going on?
It's Amanda in Cuba. Our resupply package arrived, but Chico wasn't with it. Relax, Amanda. I'm sure he's just exploring Havana or something. First time in the big city. Could have gotten carried away.
Cos, wait. The boat Chico was on, did it stop anywhere before it got to Havana?
Yeah, it had to refuel at Santiago de Cuba. You don't think... Oh, shit. You gotta be kidding me. He does this now?
It's 60 miles from Santiago to the prison camp. Chico used to cross the mountains with the older Sandinistas like it was nothing. He'll make that in 3 days.
Still, even if he does find his way there.
You know how reckless he can be. Chico thinks we've abandoned Paz. That's why he's doing this.
We'll start by having the intel detachment in Cuba look for him. We can't let him be captured.
So, jetzt noch den Distress Call und dann bringen wir Chico nach Hause.
There's some cages to the east of a big building. East an old grassy facility. That's where we are. Help me, Snake.
It's a setup.
We have no choice.
Yeah, if Chico talks, he could blow the new cover up. We can't hold off until the inspection's over.
When can we be ready?
It'll take at least 16 hours to confirm the flight path and prep a bird. The intel unit has started reconning the area.
Sounds like I'll have to miss the inspection.
Boss, we'll just have to send someone else to get them out.
No. I'll go.
Yeah, Chico and Paz would only take orders from you anyway. We can't go taking on those Marines at the base head on. It's gotta be off the radar, and it's gotta be you.
Hold down the fort, Cos.
Und was war das noch? Haben wir das schon gehört?
Snake, you can forget
1,36.
about civil liberties where you're headed. God only knows what they'd do to you if
Nee,
you
hat man
got
noch nicht.
caught. Do not let that happen. The Cubans leased the land to the U.S. as a gesture for helping them gain independence from Spain. The deal remains in effect until both countries agree to dissolve it, or the U.S. abandons the land. That's why America still operates the base even after La Revolucion. Problem is, it's leased land.
Meaning it isn't American soil, so the U.S. Constitution doesn't apply there. That allows them to withhold its civil rights protections.
Yeah, that's Uncle Sam's excuse. The area was originally only for detaining refugees from countries like Cuba and Haiti. But a few years ago, the CIA and its like started using it as a black site. Enemies of the state are renditioned there and subjected to extreme forms of interrogation. You can bet Cypher had a hand in that. As you'd expect, American and other Western human rights organizations aren't allowed anywhere near the place. What happens there disappears down the memory hole.
Who knows what they're doing to Chico and Paz?
I'd like to interrogate
schlimme
her
Dinge.
ourselves. But if worst comes to worst, make sure she's dead. Chico, on the other hand, we have to bring back. Fast. He knows too much about us.
Cos?
The area is surrounded by mines placed by both the U.S. and Cuba, making escape on foot impossible. You're heading into the lion's den, Snake. Don't take this one lightly. Come back in one piece.
Yeah.
Okay. Rufen wir... Ah, ich muss den Helikopter rufen. Das heißt, ich muss hier drauf.
Marker placed. Marker placed. Marker placed. Marker removed.
Ich habe vergessen, wie das geht. Ach Leute, so kann man in Third Person laufen, das wusste ich gar nicht. Ich muss die Leute da oben wieder ausschalten. Ach, da kann ich den Helikopter rufen. Okay. So, die machen mir dann keine Probleme mehr, während ich die Helikopter rufe.
Please select a landing zone. Landing zone confirmed.
So funktioniert das, stimmt.
Roger
Ich
that
erinnere
chopper
mich.
request. It's headed your way now.
So, jetzt muss ich auf den Heli warten. Da kommt er.
This is Morpho, arriving shortly at LZ. This is Morpho, on station at LZ. Put the target on the chopper.
So, Nummer 1.
Target is in.
Nummer 2.
Target's inside. Is that it?
Nummer 3.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Natürlich. Nummer 4.
Okay, target is in.
Und Chico. Fertig, Bro.
Chico's tape. Think it could give us a clue to Paz's location? Use your iDroid to listen to it.
Und weg ist der Helikopter.
Bus!
On your feet.
Okay.
Chico was taken out of his cage. Did he leave the tape recording while he was being moved? Paz might be up ahead. I hear vehicles. And a flag. Must be near the heliport. A gate. Chico left the tape on record while he was being moved. Try using what you hear to find Paz. If you're still not sure, listen to the tape again.
Das ist das, was wir gehört haben, ne? Ja.
Bus!
Oder?
On your feet.
Okay.
Ja, das ist das, was wir gehört haben. Hören wir uns mal noch Passes Spion-Ding an.
I heard about Paz's tapes.
Yeah. Why do you think she'd leave him behind? And that diary?
Whatever it was, her commitment was wavering. That much is clear.
So she was leaving clues to help us.
No way to know for sure. And the ocean's not giving her back.
Und jetzt halt solche
November
Flagge.
4th, 1974. At the outskirts of Barranquilla, Colombia. Contact with Big Boss successful. Zadornov posed as my professor, but Big Boss took one look and knew he was KGB. However, he does not seem to suspect me. To him, I am just a peace-loving student, and another victim of the CIA. We asked him to drive the CIA out of Costa Rica. To him, this means betraying his country. His forces are smaller than anticipated. They drift from place to place with nowhere to call home. That provided us an opportunity, so we seized it. Zadornov offered them a plant off the Costa Rican coast to use as a base. As expected, Miller jumped at the chance. Although initially reluctant, Big Boss came around when Zadornov played him the tape. All because the voice on it sounded like his mentor, the boss. Naked Snake, the man who once saved the world from the brink of nuclear war. Awarded the title of Big Boss for his service. He later became a mercenary, abandoning both his title and
Ja,
his country.
da muss ich hin, hier oben.
To him, that honor was steeped in the blood of the boss, the mentor he was forced to eliminate. Exceptionally charismatic, he possesses unparalleled combat and intelligence gathering abilities. His only discernible weakness is her. This operation hinges on how effectively we can exploit that. Kazuhira Miller is Big Boss's lieutenant. Half Japanese, half American. He once served in Japan's self-defense force. Though he and Snake first met as enemies, they discovered a common bond and together built their private army, with Miller directing business and administrative affairs. He comes off as shallow, but his true intent is hard to read. I must be careful. All that is clear is his infatuation with Big Boss. With East and West fighting over its control, Central America is now the most contested region on Earth. CIA Central American Station Chief Coldman has developed Peace Walker, a fully AI-automated, fail-deadly nuclear launch system with which he aims to reignite the Cold War. Snake's new objective in Costa Rica is to prevent that. Zadornov's, or should I say, the KGB's plan is to play the two sides against each other, turning the entire region red. Not one of the three parties realize they're all just pawns in Cypher's hands. Cypher watches all. Mother Base has developed rapidly since being established in the Caribbean Sea. They recruit more personnel daily, and already their mercenary services are turning a profit. Big Boss's leadership and charisma, and Miller's business acumen drive this impressive growth. Furthermore, joining forces with a faction of the FSLN has expanded their power even more. They have even commenced their own weapons development program. All is proceeding according to Cypher's will. I could not be more pleased. Snake's pursuit of Peace Walker led him to an AI modeled after the boss's thought patterns. It was incomplete, but, somewhat ironically, making contact with Snake was the necessary finishing touch. Meanwhile, the scientist behind Peace Walker's locomotive control, Huey, defected to Snake's army. His presence has greatly accelerated weapons development at Mother Base. I failed to anticipate Coldman's madness, but nuclear war was averted. However, this was only after the boss AI on board Peace Walker sank itself to the bottom of the lake in what could be likened to suicide. The boss laid down her gun, choosing to sing for peace instead, and Snake, himself a gun, parted ways with her. In doing so, he reclaimed the title he once abandoned. He is Big Boss. Zadornov has been detained. Since this leaves my cover identity without a guardian, the Mother Base staff has taken me in. I am now better placed than ever to monitor their internal affairs. Everything continues to unfold according to plan. The developer of the boss AI, Dr. Strangelove, has also come to Mother Base. With her and Huey's expertise, they can now develop a weapon capable of matching Peace Walker. Development on the bipedal weapon is now complete. They call it Metal Gear Zeke. It stands there like some sort of mystical guardian. The soldiers gaze on it with pride and reverence. Big Boss has elected to arm it with a nuclear weapon. As an army without a nation, they seem to feel the need for a deterrent against whatever the world might pit against them. It is a dangerous gambit. Why do such a thing? Their nuclear strategy differs from the Americans and the Soviet Union. The superpowers deter attack by revealing their nuclear arsenals to one another. Snake and his men know that if they were to go public with this, the whole world would unite against them. Business would dry up overnight. So they do not plan on revealing the nuke until necessary. This ace-in-the-hole approach is their idea of a nuclear strategy. Wielding a deterrent, all the while unable to reveal its existence. I wonder if Snake sees how vulnerable this makes them. Yes. Hijack Zeke? Yes, I did indicate that to be our leverage. But I cannot imagine his agreeing to that now. But did you not raise them to safeguard your governance without borders? No. I have not forgotten. Cypher watches all. Yes, things are proceeding, but modifying Zeke has not proven easy. I'm using the Zadornov.
Das war geplant.
Time.
Ich wollte den hier
I have not
hinziehen.
forgotten what you said. However, well, forgive me for asking, but this is you I am speaking to, isn't it, Cypher? I will fight Big Boss. The world must be ruled by a single will. To defy Cypher is a fate worse than death.
Okay. Was haben wir noch? Noch ein paar Diaries. Die machen wir mal rein.
As of today, I will be living here at Mother Base. Now my real trial begins. Zadornov was paying my room, board, and tuition, but he has since been captured. I told the man that with no more money from the KGB, I could no longer afford school. He bought my story, and when I said I would be willing to work, he took pity on me and let me stay. For some reason, Miller really pled my case. That was helpful, but the man is still a fool. His men are no better. They think their training makes them strong, but that kind of strength is nothing in the face of true power. And better yet, they wait on me hand and foot, believing I am just a schoolgirl. Looks like I won't be working too hard after all. Just today, while scouting out the living quarters, I saw a group of them in the corner of the deck making a fuss. Going over for a look, I saw they were feeding a kitten. A bunch of grown hard men, and they're the ones acting like schoolgirls. Look, isn't he cute? What is wrong with them? Disgusted, I just nodded and smiled. I must stay in character after all. I indulged their chit-chat for a few moments. Then one of them asked me to give the thing a name. They had just taken it from its mother.
Alter, die sehen ja alles.
I improvised some nonsense about how our compassion for living things can help prevent wars. The men gave me a little fish. I held it out in my palm, and the kitten happily ate it up. What a pathetic, feeble creature. It sickens me.
Was ist so
Today, Chico
edgy,
invited me to
Alter?
go fishing with the soldiers.
Hab ich doch gar nicht im
suppose
Kopf
finding one's
gehabt.
own food does have its merit, but I prefer not to be involved in such a degrading task. And their prattling on about fishing being fun is nonsense. I'm not here to find playmates. Nevertheless, distasteful as it was, I went along in order to maintain my cover. Chico thrust a fishing pole into my hands, and we went up onto the deck where several soldiers had gathered. They welcomed us warmly. With so few women aboard Mother Base, I'm treated like a princess. No one suspects I am neither a teenager nor a student. It was nice and sunny, with a gentle breeze and waves. As I cast my line and waited for a bite, the soldiers began to ask me all sorts of questions. As always, I answered according to our predefined scenario, feigning a smile. As I sat there feeding them lies, the fish began to bite, and the soldiers began to focus on their prey. Chico had his bait stolen by a fish, and got so angry that he stood up and nearly fell into the sea. Everybody laughed. It almost made me want to join in too. At some point, I got a bite myself. The instant after I felt that first gentle tug, the fish yanked the line with astonishing strength, and I let out a cry of surprise. I thought he was going to... It was my first time fishing, and I was a bit flustered, so the soldier beside me helped by supporting the pole from behind. Reel it in, they shouted. I nodded, turning the handle as fast as I could. I wondered what kind of fish lived below the surface, and thought back to the deep sea dives I had to do as part of training. Those were difficult days, but I remember finding the multicolored fish gliding through the water incredibly soothing. After a hard fight, I pulled it up. To my surprise, it wasn't even half a vara, rather anticlimactic. But I wasn't doing it for fun, so I wasn't the least bit disappointed. Nuke was hovering nearby with an expectant look on his face, so I gave the fish to him. All in all, a thoroughly wasted day. Preparations are coming along nicely. No one suspects me of being the one to let Zadarnov out of his cell. Today, Amanda and I taught Cecile how to make gallo pinto. It is a simple home-cooked dish consisting of black frijoles mixed with arroz. It is well known throughout Central America, not just in Costa Rica, so it is no surprise that a Nica like Amanda would be good at making it. But I was raised in the States from a very young age, and can hardly even remember my mother's gallo pinto. Having to make chit-chat with that clueless bird lover and the so-called revolutionary was excruciating. And, clueless or not, I wanted to be especially careful around Cecile, the one who actually recorded that tape. Thankfully, Miller and his men seemed to believe I mistook the tape I found for one my friend made. In any case, one can never be too careful. Anyway, the three of us minced garlic and herbs, then cooked them in a pot with frijoles we'd soaked overnight. While waiting for them to cook, we sautéed onions and arroz in a frying pan. Cecile worked the frying pan according to Amanda's directions, but seemed a bit glum. She does have a knack for cooking, though. She is French, after all. We added water to the pan and watched the arroz begin to steam. While we waited, Amanda shared memories of her mother with us. They had been separated because of Simosa, but the taste of her mother's cooking was still fresh in her mind. When the frijoles were ready, we drained the water, stir-frying them with the rest of the vegetables. Quite a complicated process for home cooking. Nonetheless, it kept them occupied. The longer we sat and talked, the greater the chance of my arousing their suspicions. With women, it is not enough to just bat your eyelashes and giggle. It takes a lot of effort to divert attention. When the arroz was done cooking, we folded it into the frijoles and added salsa, stirring the mixture as it simmered. At this point, for some reason, the conversation turned to romance. Why does it have to be that way whenever women get together and chat? Cecile fancies herself to be well-versed in such matters, and gave Amanda all sorts of advice. It was harmless enough, until, to my irritation, she began pestering me whether there was anybody I liked. Not right now, I said, trying to dodge the question, but she pressed on. It's Snake, isn't it? I gritted my teeth and played it coy. Maybe. Cecile nodded and giggled. He is pretty sexy, isn't he? What a ditz. It's all I can manage to just survive. The thought of romance has never once crossed my mind. I have no interest in that kind of man. Soon enough, a rich aroma began to fill the room. The gallo pinto was ready. New came over and rubbed up against her. Looking for a handout. Unfortunately, it was not the kind of food a cat would like. We let a few of the soldiers have a bite, and then headed off to the mess hall. The home-cooked flavor we'd achieved was a big hit with the men of MSF. Not that we are trying to impress them or anything. Even I could manage a dish like that. Snake enjoyed it too. Let me make this absolutely clear. I have no interest in that man. Football, or soccer as it is known in the States, is extremely popular here. It has not caught on yet in the US, but it has legions of rabid fans all across Latin America. These fans can get so rowdy that it is commonly believed El Salvador and Honduras went to war in 1969 over scuffles in a soccer match. In reality, tensions between the two countries were already high. The match was merely one of the sparks that set them off. But these people are so passionate about this sport that the story seems plausible. Predictably, many of the soldiers here are fans. They have apparently divided themselves into Costa Rican and Nicaraguan teams and started playing each other. To play, you need a ball and 2 goals. The R&D team built and set up simple goals on the deck. I had absolutely no interest, but Chico insisted that I come and watch. It was not a proper match by any means. The pitch was not even regulation size, but the players and the like got pretty excited. They banged empty cans and shouted cheers through the handmade megaphones. It almost felt like carnival. Huey, the referee, blew a whistle to start the match. The soldiers' training has left them in excellent physical shape, but they lack the honed skills of professionals and their play was quite rough. Midway through, one of the men collided with another. They started shouting at one another, but Huey stepped in. I thought we had forsaken our countries, become one with the earth, he said, quoting Snake. We're not competing for national pride here, and we are not fighting for the good of any one country. This is not a war. Soccer is a peaceful sport, am I right? The soldiers nodded. They know the pain of war, and they share Snake's vision. Perhaps that is why all this resonates with them. Team Costa Rica was down a man, and somehow I was picked to fill in. Costa Rica had the advantage up until that point. I suppose Huey wanted to keep it balanced. The soldiers agreed with Huey's call. Maybe the Costa Rican players felt an even matchup would be more fun too. I could not be bothered to run at first, but chasing the ball out there in the hot sun, I was soon drenched in sweat. Before long, I found myself actively seeking out the ball, partially out of desperation. I picked up a loose ball deep on the opponent's side of the field. Even though he's Nicaraguan, Chico cheered me on, yelling, "Go for it, shoot!" I launched the ball as hard as I could, only to have it blocked by the keeper. Disappointment only increased my determination. In the end, I didn't score
KI
a
so dumm.
single goal, and Costa Rica gave up its lead. It was really close, though. We congratulated each other on a good match and sprawled out in the shade on the deck, exhausted. The ocean breeze felt so nice on my sun-soaked body. Nuke came over. It is one of his favorite spots, and stretched out next to me. And together, we watched fluffy white clouds drift lazily across the clear blue sky.
Die hatte einen Crush auf einen
It was
Typen, der
lovely
Nuke
after all.
hieß. What the
So I
fuck?
decided to sun myself in a lounge chair up on the deck when Strangelove came up to me. Despite the heat, she was in her usual long sleeves and pants. I waved at her. She looked away and mumbled, "Hello there. Fancy meeting you here." I asked if she needed anything, feeling her eyes creeping up and down my body like she was savoring it. Finally, she swallowed and said, "You have such beautiful skin." Bewildered, I shook my head and said, "No, not at all. I had heard rumors that she was a lesbian, but she couldn't be after me, could she?" She continued to stare and said, "No, it is beautiful, but you must not let yourself get so tanned." And then she took my hand in hers. "What is wrong with a little sun?" I asked, trying to cut the conversation short. But she shook her head violently. "No, you mustn't. A young lady should take better care of her skin." She was acting strangely now, as if aroused. She lectured me on the perils of tanning, how it ages skin, causing wrinkles and spots, and in the worst cases, even skin cancer. I knew already that tanning could cause spots, but I thought only pale-skinned Anglo-Saxons had to deal with that. Having a scientist tell me it causes aging, though, that spooked me a little. If I am to keep playing the teenager, I will have to start paying more attention to my skin. Sensing my anxiety, she took a small tube from her pocket. She said it was the sunscreen she always used. She told me to keep it. I didn't know what to say. I was more than happy to take it, but exactly what were her intentions? Was she merely being nice? Or is she really into me? Either way, there was no reason to refuse, I suppose. I have undergone training. An out-of-shape woman does not pose any real threat to me. Having power means not being afraid. It is the same on a global scale. A country with nukes can dictate terms to a country without them. I thanked her and took the tube. Then she offered to put some on for me. She squirted some lotion onto her fingers and began rolling it into my chest. It happened so suddenly, and I was so taken aback that I did not even think to protest. She caressed my stomach with her long white fingers, then slid them upwards between my bikini-clad breasts. "What? Wait," I sputtered as her moist eyes met mine.
Warum klingt das jetzt mittlerweile wie eine Fanfiction? Was ist das hier los?
Somehow, I found myself captivated by this woman more than 10 years my elder. "Hold still," she whispered in my ear. I nodded silently, unable to refuse. My body went limp, motionless, as if in a trance. Gently, carefully, she rubbed the lotion all over my entire body. I shouldn't have enjoyed it, and yet I could not help myself. For a moment, I was spellbound.
Komplett falsch, ne?
That woman is dangerous. I had better watch myself. Protecting one's health is an important part of any agent's job. But despite my best efforts, I have caught a cold. Now that I think about it, Mother Base's numbers are on the rise, with soldiers coming from all different places and backgrounds. It is no wonder then that sooner or later someone would bring in a virus. That said, what I have got is just a common cold. The medical team said I'd need a few days rest, so I've been restricted to my room and put on bed rest. I thought I'd gotten used to not having anyone around to relate to, but at times like these, being alone is just miserable. All I could do is lay there and stroke Nuke's back, trying to take my mind off how bad I felt. Nuke just sat there, not making a sound. But I did have visitors. Amanda and Chico, Huey, Cecile, Miller, and a few of the soldiers I've become relatively close to. Amanda made me a soup with herbs she said were good for a cold. Miller told me to take it easy. I will sing you a lullaby, he said, then broke out a guitar and sang some incomprehensible song in Japanese. I did not need to understand the lyrics to know he is an awful singer. Then he said, "You know what is good for a cold? Suppositories. Here, I'll show you." He began to take off his pants, so I threw my tissue box at him to make him go away. Then, Strangelove showed up, saying she had some miracle Indian cure. It has got eucalyptus extract, she said. It works best if you rub it into your chest. And then she tried to take off my nightshirt. I whacked her with my pillow, and I got rid of her. Chico brought me a little flower in a cup. It had been growing in a little bit of earth that probably found its way on board, stuck to something else. I found this on the deck. Here, you can have it. He tried to act nonchalant, but I am pretty sure he's got a crush on me. None of them understand. If they thought these little visits would cheer me up, they were wrong. Tonight, Snake himself came to my room. Like the rest, he believes I am just a schoolgirl and treats me as such. Why did you abandon your country, I asked him. Why create the MSF? Of course, I knew the answers already, but I wanted to hear it from him. As I had imagined, he was not exactly forthcoming. All he would say is that his country abandoned him because all he could do was fight. And that is why he needed the MSF, because that is all he is any good for. Then he said, "Fighting is the only thing I understand, but that does not mean I have got a grudge against those who believe in peace. I am not one of them, and I do not believe in peace. Conflict is in man's nature. We fight our enemies in order to survive. Maybe we are not so different after all, he and I."
Ich hab Pass gefunden. Ups. Ich wollte Pass eigentlich noch gar nicht finden. Scheiße. Naja.
Pass.
Pass hat ein bisschen was abbekommen. Sieht echt nicht gut aus. Aber sie lebt noch. Willst du die Tapes noch weiter hören? Stabile Seitenlage, sehr gut.
Exactly why I'm going to have to kill him. Or else he will have to kill me. When I stop and think about this existence, being killed by a man like that suddenly does not seem like such a bad thing. Every month, Mother Base throws a party for all the soldiers whose birthdays fall in that month. There is something strange about a military organization having parties. Really though, it is just an excuse to drink and make noise. It is not easy to get alcohol in a fortress in the middle of the ocean. Most days they are training from dawn till dusk. They do not have time for things like drinking. That is why Snake and Miller came up with the idea, to give everyone a chance to let loose. Obviously, a bunch of boors like that are not going to bother with blowing out candles on a cake. Rather, they sit there in a cloud of cigarette smoke, drink beer, eat meat, tell tasteless jokes, and swap crude insults about one another's hometowns. But it hardly ever breaks out into something serious. They talk up a storm, but they're just having fun. It is funny. You have got members of FSLN rubbing shoulders with the UCLAs. People who once would have considered the other mortal enemies. I wonder if that is what makes Big Boss so popular. In leaving their countries behind, they leave their hatred for other countries too. Miller seemed a little protective of me. Hope they're not being too crude, he said. But soon enough, he too was drunk. He yelled, "Come here and take a look at the real Kazuhira Miller." Then dropped his pants and mooned everybody. The other soldiers burst out laughing. I have never seen such a crude, ridiculous party before. And yet, all these people, laughing and acting the fool. Is this what they call peace? For some reason, I began to think about all that has happened since I came here. Fishing with Chico, cooking with Amanda and Cecile, playing soccer, having visitors when I caught a cold. When I stop and think about it, my time here has been the most peaceful of my life. But that is about to end. I cannot imagine. To negotiate. It seems
Ja, ohne Muni ist ein bisschen schwierig, ne?
Boss, what happened? Boss!
Ja, komm. Und ich glaube, ich habe gerade wirklich was verpasst an Dialog. Was der letzte Checkpoint ist, die Frage. Ja, okay. Okay, hier ist noch eben die Tapes zu Ende. Nee.
every month, Mother Base throws a party for all the soldiers whose birthday the military organization having party. He said, but soon enough, he too was drunk. He yelled, "Come here and take a look at the real Kazuhira Miller." Yet, all these people, laughing and acting the fool. Is this what they call peace? For some reason, I began to think about all that has happened since I came here.
Wieder Muni geschenkt
Fishing
bekommen.
with Chico, cooking with Amanda and Cecile, playing soccer, having visitors when I caught a cold. When I stop and think about it, my time here has been the most peaceful of my life. But that is about to end. I cannot imagine he will be willing to negotiate. It seems I am to fight the legendary Big Boss. I do not know if I'll be able to beat him. But if I have to choose between death and defying Cypher, I will gladly choose death. The thought of dying does not scare me. But if I disobey my orders, the fear and despair awaiting me will be far worse than anything I can imagine. It was Cypher who took me in as an orphan, gave me food and a place to live. His orders may have been unreasonable, but I will never repay my debt entirely. It seems I have no choice. I must fight this man. I must fight Snake.
Scheinbar ist dann das Fast Smashen nicht Kanon. Nicht gut. Ist auch weird.
Do you know Miller, Snake's right-hand man? Apparently has got at least one serious weakness. He is an insatiable womanizer. He does not bother me, most likely because he considers teenagers off-limits. But he has hit on every single one of the few female soldiers here at Mother Base. They ought to be telling him where to stick it, but end up falling for it so easily. I think some of it stems from the fact that he is actually not that bad looking. Anyway, today, that nasty habit got him in trouble. He and Snake got into one of their rare fights, and I was there to see it. They burst out of the showers, completely naked, trading punches. I am no child. The sight of a naked man does not make me blush. But this was something else. Maybe this'll teach you, Snake yelled as he slammed his fists into Miller's chest. I heard later that apparently he'd been two-timing someone, and that same someone had gone to Snake with her troubles. As I see it, it is her own fault for letting herself be deceived like that. If she is too dumb to see through Miller's lies, then she got what she deserved. But this was not the first time it had happened, or the second, and Snake read Miller the riot act. Miller argued back, and what began as a shouting match turned into a fist fight.
Nackt.
You son of a bitch, Miller yelled as he swung. Not bad, said Snake, smiling, but not good enough. And then he was back on the offensive. They had already been at it pretty hard in the showers, and their bodies were covered with bruises. Both of these men had been trained for war, their bodies deadly weapons. They were each bleeding from a dozen places. All this from a fist fight. Even so, it was far less gruesome than if they had given it their all. It was obvious that one of them would be dead were they fighting for real. Miller took another swing, yelling, "Try this then!" Snake parried, then responded in kind. But I could tell he was not aiming for anything vital. "You are one tough bastard, boss," Miller muttered. A smile crept across his face as he caught his breath. And then they went right on fighting. Blood and sweat flew off their glistening bodies. It was combat without hatred or hostile intent. I had never seen violence like this before. And yet, it was more than just a friendly tussle. They were utilizing every technique they knew. It was not a sporting match. They were not playing by the rules. How could they keep this up? At last, the two men tired themselves out, and the bizarre scene came to an end. They looked at each other's battered bodies, and then burst out laughing, embracing and congratulating each other on a good fight. It all seemed so idiotic. I still cannot fathom such behavior. But somehow, I got the sense that for all his womanizing, Miller really only trusted one person, and that was Snake. There was no way I could ever come between the two of them, and at that thought, I began to feel as if I had lost. All of Mother Base is preparing for a festival.
Okay, es sind nur 5 Minuten. Oh Gott.
All of Mother Base is preparing for a festival. Since Snake and his soldiers spend so much time fighting, they are setting aside one day a year for peace and relaxation. I do not know all the details, but apparently that is what Snake and Miller decided. These soldiers love the idea, of course. There is so little fun to be had here that everybody looks forward to events like
Jetzt guckst du hier hin. Was ist mit dir?
that is all well and good.
Es ist so random. Manchmal gefühlt.
All of Mother Base is preparing for a festival. Since Snake and his soldiers spend so much time, everybody looks forward to events like these. That is all well and good, but somehow I got roped into getting on stage. Come on, we even both have peace in our name, said Miller. And Zadarnov, that old Ruski's name, has something to do with peace too, right? Hey, as long as we're having a day of peace, we ought to get an act together. The 3-piece band. I thought he was joking. He then proceeded to share his idea without bothering to check with me. And now, I am slated to sing. Apparently, he had heard me on the deck one day, and since then he's wanted to form a band. Everybody's looking forward to it, so there is no way for me to back out now. I have never done anything like this. but it does feel kind of nice to know that people are looking forward to it. I mean, it cannot be any worse than Miller's singing, but modifications
Ich warte
to
jetzt
Zeke
übrigens
are
auf die
already
beiden Typen.
finalized, and I must complete my
Ich will die
mission.
markieren und dann
Betray
einzeln
Cypher now,
ausschalten,
and I
irgendwie.
will face a fate far worse than death.
Während wir Pars Stimme lauschen.
There's no need to put things in motion just yet. What difference would it make to just wait a little while longer? A whole day of peace. The mission can wait until after that. Can it not? I know I am only delaying the inevitable. When the day comes, one of us will have to die. Snake or me. But still, if I could just come up with some way to stall Cypher, at least until our day of peace. When did I start having thoughts like this?
Das heißt, die hatte am Ende dann doch noch irgendwie...
My cover is blown. They know nothing of Cypher or my true objective, but they know I am a spy. There is no more time left. I must act now. I must complete my mission. How did it come to this? All I wanted was 3 more days. Just 3. Miller's already finished writing the song. It is called Love Deterrent. It is about a girl who cannot express her true feelings. I have been practicing. I am no pro, but I was pretty sure I would do a decent job. And now this. Cypher found out that Zeke was complete. He must have someone inside Mother Big.
So.
Like me, spinning his tightly wound web of control, leaving no room for individual will. Typical. When they found out Zeke was complete, I was ordered to execute the operation immediately. If I was going to enjoy just 1 day of peace, I had to ensure the plan could not move forward. I tried to sabotage Zeke. I thought by damaging the drive system, they would have no choice but to delay their plans. I waited until midnight, and then snuck into the hangar. There would be trouble if it looked like sabotage. I selected one of the drive system's load-bearing parts and carefully worked to warp its shape. The leg's drive system requires a high degree of precision to operate. Even the smallest deviation would have done it. Then, Chico walked in. Maybe it was one of those nights where he could not sleep. In any case, he saw me, panicked, and took off running. It would have been easy to kill him, but I could not. I know he likes me. It is not as if I would ever have an interest in a child like him, but I could not pull the trigger. Not at him. Not in the back. Will he tell them? Or is there a chance he will keep it a secret? Protect me? No. He knows now. Knows I am not who he thought I was. He ran without even questioning what I was doing. There is no chance he does not know. And soon, all I have built here will end. And if Cypher has another agent among them, if he finds out I tried to sabotage Zeke, this place will no longer be my heaven. Then it is settled. I make my move now. Chico walked in before my sabotage was complete, so Zeke should still be operational. It might not run at full speed or power, but I do not have time to fix that. Without Zeke, I do not have a chance in hell of winning. I must act fast.
Oh, da.
Chico sounds the alarm. I knew it would come to this. I just did not think it would be so soon. It is time, Zeke. Metal Gear Zeke. Activate.
Das heißt, am Ende hatte Pars dann doch Zweifel an ihrer Mission. Uns ins Herz geschlossen. Also als die Diaries angefangen haben, hatte ich ja so meine Bedenken, Perth zu retten, weil die so bitchig war am Anfang. Aber jetzt so, also so insgeheim. Aber dann am Ende war die dann ja doch wieder. Jetzt bin ich doppelt motiviert, sie. Okay.
That's a serious injury. It won't heal on its own. You'll need to treat it with first aid.
Das ist ja jetzt scheiße. Nope. Das musste ich jetzt einfach rausbringen, ne?
It's an illusion. Pain is in the mind.
CP, this is Delta 1. Lost visual contact. Heading to last known position. Over. This is CP. Understood. Keep your eyes peeled for any movement. Out.
Give me all you want.
Also wer auch immer Pars gefoltert hat, hatte ein bisschen zu viel Spaß dabei.
Pain is an illusion. Pain is in the mind.
CP, this is Delta 4. Hostile got out of sight. Searching now.
Ich hoffe, hier gibt's einen Ausgang.
This is CP. Understood. They can't have gotten far. Stay alert. Out.
Hier irgendwo muss es auch ein Tape geben.
Kill me.
Wo man erfährt, dass Chico hier dazu gezwungen wurde, was zu misshandeln, was so richtig abgefuckt ist, weil der ist ja fucking Kind, ey. Umgefallen? Der ist umgefallen.
CP, this is Zulu 10. Search complete. No sign of hostiles. Over. This is CP. Understood. Stay alert. Don't let them get the drop on you. Out.
Okay, wo bin ich? Ich bin hier.
Marker placed.
Versuch sie dahin zu bekommen. Wird schwierig. Aber ist nicht unmöglich.
Hit me all you want.
Fast geschafft. Come on, pass. Also es gibt kein S-Ranking, das kann ich versprechen.
Stay away.
Please select a landing zone. Landing zone confirmed.
Roger that chopper request. It's headed your way now.
Hit me all you want.
Hier auf der Map kann man, glaube ich, auch noch mehr Tapes einfach generell finden, aber ich habe keine Lust, die alle zu suchen. Das Wichtigste an Lore kriegt man ja schon mit. Und das mit Chico, das habe ich auf Reddit gelesen. Ich verfolge den Metal Gear Solid Reddit ganz gerne. Da sind immer wieder sehr interessante Metal Gear Solid Diskussionen. Wo auch immer sehr viel über die Story diskutiert wird. Generell eigentlich eine sehr wholesome Community, weil es so 90% wirklich darum geht, dass Metal Gear Solid cool ist. Und Memes. Memes. Okay, pass. Lass es abhauen.
Put the target on the chopper.
Das auch selbst abhauen?
Mission info has been updated.
Alright, get in. Time
Okay.
to go.
Hauen wir ab. Netz kommt. Ach, diese Map ist so geil. Das ist so eine coole Map. Jetzt wird's schlimm. Jetzt wird's ganz schlimm. B-Rank, immerhin. Ich habe mit Schlimmerem gerechnet. Einfach 2 Stunden für den Scheiß gebraucht. Eieiei. Und 5 Retries. Jetzt kommt schon das Ende von Ground Zeroes. Ach, Chico.
Snake. Snake!
Medic! She's rigged. Damn it, we were set up!
We gotta get it out. No time for anesthetic. We have to open her now.
Hold her down. Hold her down!
Jetzt wird's ekelhaft.
Keep her gut in.
Das ist so ekelhaft.
Boss.
Es ist eine Bombe.
Breathing stable.
War eine schwere Geburt.
She's clean. I'm closing her up. Hold her steady. It's got to be a continuous suture.
Control tower, this is Morpho 1. All hummingbirds are on the wing. We'll shake hands, then head back to the cage. Boss, you got a call. Boss, can you hear me?
What's up, Huey?
Our guests are right on time. Document destruction and hangar decontamination are complete. AFVs have been stowed away, and Zeke's on the seafloor along with a nuke. Everyone's got their story straight. The guided tour will be wrapped up by the time you get home.
Make me proud.
By the time they leave, I'll have the IAEA praising us as the poster boys for world peace. Out.
Tower, this is Morpho 1. Do you copy? Can't get through. The link seems fine, but...
Das sieht schlecht aus. Das sieht sehr schlecht aus. Mother Base. Tschüss, Mother Base. Das war schön mit dir. War schön, dich aufgebaut zu haben. Ja, irgendwie ist das schief gelaufen.
The inspection was nothing but a smoke screen. I heard explosions, then... They played us like a damn fiddle! Give it back! This isn't right, that was ours! We built it, damn it! You spying bitch! Come on, start talking, bitch! Come on, get up and start talking!
Bob, there's...
It's all right, we got it out.
There's another in my...
Laut Kanon war die zweite Bombe in ihrer Gebärmutter. Was? Ich weiß auch nicht. Ich weiß auch nicht, warum. Ich weiß nicht, warum Kojima sowas schreibt. Aber ist halt so. Und das ist das Ende von MSF. Militaire Sans Frontières, damit Geschichte. Aber es ist nicht das Ende der Legende von Big Boss.
Nicola, Bart. Immigrants wrongly executed. But their deaths served as a message to others. That ours is a society that murders the innocent. Do you too believe your sacrifice will change the world?
Und das war Ground Zeroes. Der Prolog zu Metal Gear Solid 5 Phantom Pain. Und der Anfang einer recht emotionalen Reise in den Abgrund. Denn ab hier geht es nur noch bergab. Es geht nur noch bergab. Lass den Abspann noch eben laufen, um mir in der Zeit was zu trinken. Und danach geht's mit Metal Gear Solid 5 Phantom Pain weiter. Bis gleich. Okay. Müssen wir uns das aber nicht komplett angucken, glaube ich. Weil ich weiß nicht, ob da nochmal was kommt, wenn ich ganz ehrlich bin. Bin mir nicht sicher. Ist eine ganze Weile her, dass ich das gespielt habe. Und zwar ganze 6 Jahre, glaube ich. Oder 5. Irgendwie sowas. Ich skippe einfach mal.
Cypher's been in hiding ever since his grand experiment. No one's seen him in years. All we hear are orders delivered by proxy. Except you. You met with him, face to face, in order to contact Big Boss. Tell me where he is. Where is Cypher? Where is Zero? I've never known choice. Where I was born, the language I speak, I've never had the freedom to choose for myself. But you, right now, are free. Do as you will.
This will save Big Boss.
It may.
Will you really kill Zero for me?
Not for you.
All right. Zero is...
Damit wäre jetzt bestätigt, dass Cypher Zero ist. Major Zero, der Typ, der Operation Snake Eater geleitet hat. Be continued in The Phantom Pain. Oh, yes. Oh, ich freue mich auf das Intro von Phantom Pain. Es ist gut. Es ist so gut.
Don't you die on me, damn it! He be dropping! Intubate now! Clear!
Bisschen Teaser für Phantom Pain.
No response. Hit him again. Clear.
Aber das sehen wir gleich alles. Komm.
You've been in a coma for quite some time. Yes, I know. You would like to know how.
Das ist ein Video, das ist ein bisschen komprimiert. Deshalb sieht das so scheiße aus gerade. Just to suffer.
Body I've lost.
The memories I've lost. Won't stop hurting. Das ist so eine ikonische Line einfach mittlerweile. Ah. Okay. 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 Also es gibt noch Nebenmissionen, aber ich habe voll kein Interesse daran, die zu spielen. Die sind eh nicht Kanon. Ja. Oh, ich habe ganze 4% Progress gemacht. Was? So. Dann muss ich warten, bis Ground Zero komplett geschlossen ist. Und dann kann ich Phantom Pain starten. Einmal kurz die Kategorie ändern bei Twitch. Wir spielen jetzt Metal Gear Solid 5. Es buggt wieder rum, ich hasse es. Das. Ich werde jetzt wahrscheinlich meinen Save löschen müssen. Oder mein Save ist lost. Ja. Ja, okay. Oh, achso, man sieht das gar nicht. Also ich muss gerade Sachen confirmen. Interessiert mich nicht. Ich möchte einfach nur Singleplayer spielen, jetzt gerade. Bitte, danke. Also eigentlich müsste ich meinen alten Save noch haben. Ja, es ist noch mein alter Save. Den muss ich jetzt löschen. Man sieht, ich habe das Spiel zu 67% durchgespielt. Das heißt, ich habe die Hauptmission komplett durch und ziemlich viel von den Nebenmissionen. Aber das ist jetzt das ist jetzt weg. Und das Spiel startet, glaube ich, neu. Oder? Okay. Das Spiel hat sich einfach geschlossen. War ich nicht gerade auf Delete Save gedrückt? Okay, ja, der Save ist jetzt weg. Ich lasse es einfach mal auf Standard. Oder? Nee. Ich könnte es dunkler machen. Nee, ich lasse es auf Standard. Jetzt muss ich wieder alles zustimmen. Okay. Habe ich definitiv gelesen, ja. Why? Alter. Ich will doch nur spielen. Was soll das? Oh, das heißt, meine Optionen sind jetzt wahrscheinlich auch alle gelöscht, ne? Ich werde gleich irgendwann kurz in die Optionen müssen. Weil ich glaube, die Standardeinstellungen, die sind scheiße für den Stream. Und es geht direkt los. Und es ist laut.
Mayday! Mayday! Controls unresponsive. Tower, do you read? Shit. Comms are down.
Das Spiel nicht auf Deutsch stellen soll. Die Untertitel sind komisch auf Deutsch. Ja, ich glaube, ich stelle nochmal auf Englisch eventuell. Ihr merkt euch diesen Spiegel, der wird noch relevant. Der wird irgendwann noch wichtig. Merkt euch diesen Spiegel, der wird noch wichtig. Ich habe voll vergessen, dass es schon am Anfang kam. Und ich kann mich schon umgucken. Man sieht nix.
Which came as some surprise. I spoke into his eyes. I thought you'd die alone a long, long time ago. Oh no, not me.
Oh, da passiert was. Da ist jemand. Hallo. Hallo. Entschuldigung, könnten Sie mir helfen vielleicht? Hallo? Hallo. Da war noch jemand. Da. Genau da. Ist genau gesehen. Endlich kriegt jemand was mit, dass wir wach sind.
O que tak chcemy?
V has come to.
Es scheint was in Gang gesetzt zu haben.
V has come too.
Okay, jetzt kommt ein Menü. Gut. Kann ich jetzt die Sprache wieder ändern? Ah. Ja. Das ist irgendwie komisch auf. Also Metal Gear Solid auf Deutsch ist irgendwie komisch. Keine Ahnung warum. Es fühlt sich irgendwie falsch an. So, Display Setting. So. Ja, das kann erstmal alles anbleiben. Sound wird das Spiel ein bisschen. Okay, ich kann das Spiel nicht leiser machen. Settings. Metal Gear Online habe ich nie gespielt. Graphics Settings. Okay, das ist schon mal falsch. Das ist auch falsch. Das ist auch falsch. Der Rest ist richtig. Ich muss übrigens auf Borderless Fullscreen spielen, weil ich sonst übelstes Screen-Tearing habe. Jetzt sieht es auch besser aus. Ja. Okay. Let's go.
Who is me? Who is me? Can you hear me? Are you having difficulty speaking? Can you move your head? Just nod if you can hear me.
Ja, ich mach das mit dem Stick. Ja, ja. Nicht mit der Maus.
Look up, please.
Ja, schick.
Very good. How do you feel now? Can you speak? What is your name? When were you born? Can you recall?
Okay, jetzt wird's interessant. So, das hat einen Grund, warum ich mich jetzt Alligator nenne. Werden wir aber erst irgendwann viel später erfahren.
Good. Now then. Please try to relax. There is plenty of time. I need to tell you something. Please listen and try not to panic. You've been in a coma for quite some time.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I know. You would like to know how long. I'm afraid it's been 9 years.
9 Jahre.
Damn it! Nosocoma! 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 Nurse! Calm down. Calm down. Try not to panic. Εύσeme. Try not to panic. Now. You'll be all right. There now. Just rest.
How do you feel?
Scheiße. 9 Jahre im Koma gewesen, Alter.
It's been 1 week since you came to. Now, let's try getting you out of that bed. Nurse. Don't worry. You've lost some strength, but we've been maintaining your muscle mass through massages, CPM therapy, and EMS. Now, I need to explain something to you, but you mustn't be alarmed.
Mm-hmm.
9 years ago, you were injured in an explosion.
Mm-hmm.
Upon examination, we discovered 108 foreign bodies embedded within you. In addition to shrapnel, we also found fragments of human bone and human teeth. Most of it was removed, but some of the fragments still remain.
Das heißt, ein Stück von Pass
They
lebt
are
noch in uns.
located near your heart and in your skull. Look at this. The fragments are lodged deep within your cerebral cortex. We couldn't give you an MRI, the metal, you see. But even if we were to extract it, you would most likely suffer a brain hemorrhage. Mental and physical impairment are unavoidable. However, your current status is not life-threatening. One more thing. This X-ray is of your upper body. You better look now. Best to understand your situation sooner than later. I know it's difficult, but
da
please
fehlt was.
look down. It's best to see with your own eyes. Be brave.
Ist die eine Hand? Ja. Und oh Gott.
Nosokoma, Grigor, try to calm down. Calm down. Please, calm down. It's gonna be okay.
Ja, da fehlt was.
Calm down. Yes. Yes.
Έννεν σε κατάσταση πλαστική εγχείρηση.
Κάποιος ήδη γνωρίζει ότι έχει ξυπνήσει. Διατρέχει μεγάλο κίνδυνο. Πρέπει να ενεργήσουμε άμεσα. Προετοιμάστε τον για εγχείρηση. Το πιστεύω.
Ich glaube, es ist Griechisch, was die da sprechen. Kann ich leider
It's
nicht.
true. There are those who wish you would never woken up. You should be dead, but you're not. The wheels are in motion. Your enemies are everywhere. We must alter your appearance immediately. Otherwise, I fear you won't leave this place alive. It's a wide open world out there, so there's something we need to take care of first. I'm going to change your appearance. We have no other choice. What you look like, however.
Ja, jetzt sehen wir, es gibt einen Charaktereditor. Kann ich... Ich sehe die Kamera gerade nicht. Oh, da. Achso, jetzt muss ich muss mir noch ein Bild aufmachen. Das habe ich auf dem Desktop. So. Ich suche ein bestimmtes Gesicht. Oh, das kommt nah dran. Das könnte es sein. Hat aber etwas mehr Augenbrauen auf jeden Fall. So, die sind aber ein bisschen weiter auseinander. Also. So, das ist die Tiefe von den Augen. Ja, keine Ahnung. So. Augenfarbe. Ich zeige euch mal das Referenzbild. Denn wir bauen uns Alligator, unseren Top G. Bild. Alligator. So, das ist unser Top G aus Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker. Augenbrauen müssen noch ein bisschen anders. So ist das schon mal ganz nah dran. Augen sind, glaube ich, ganz gut. Nase. Keine breite Nase. So eine Nase könnte passen. Ja, passt. Cheeks, die müssen schmaler auf jeden Fall. Die Wangenknochen sind schon sehr ausgeprägt. eher so. Ja, das passt jetzt noch. Der Mund, der muss natürlich ein bisschen. Der muss ein bisschen, oh, ein bisschen höher. Breites. So ungefähr. Bisschen Schatten hat der da. So, passt so. Machen wir mal so mittel. So ein leichtes Grundlächeln hat der immer. So. Jetzt noch das Kinn. Ist ein bisschen tiefer, ja. Nee, das ist schon gerade. Kann schon ein bisschen kantig sein, ne? Ja. Machen wir mal so mittig lassen, ne? Ja. Ja, das passt. Hautfarbe. Ich glaube, das passt ganz gut. So, was war das Preset? Das war, glaube ich, das Preset, oder? Der ist nicht faltig. Weil der ist auch nicht ganz so jung. So. Der hat halt schon Erfahrung. Der muss aber jetzt nicht unbedingt eine dicke Narbe oder Tattoo im Gesicht haben. So. Und damit hätten wir Alligator gebaut. Oder? So. Mach mal die Kamera aus. Wenn ich sie finde. So. Das passt doch einigermaßen, oder? Würde ich behaupten. Okay. Ist jetzt nicht so 100%, aber so oft will man das Gesicht nicht sehen.
Very good. Now, let's remove these bandages. Your face has healed nicely. To tell you the truth, these bandages were more for your protection. To hide you from those who want you dead. As of today, your name is Ahab. Forget everything. Your name, your past.
Jetzt geht's los. Oh, es sind so viele Details gerade versteckt in mir immer. Wenn man weiß, was abgeht, ist das so krass. Ja. Das waren meine Boys.
This is you, as you've lived until this day. Tomorrow, it becomes a phantom.
Not yet. The patient in the next bed saw my face. Of course. Consider it done.
Wenn man es weiß, sieht man das einfach so krass. Fuck. Autsch. Das macht Aua. Es ist mir beim ersten Playthrough einfach nicht aufgefallen. Es ist mir nicht aufgefallen. Ich werde das irgendwann noch erklären, was ich meine gerade, aber ich kann es gerade nicht erklären. Das ist Spoiler. Jo, jetzt brennt's.
Okay, have time to go.
What happened to the woman?
The woman? We gave her a light. She took the short way down.
Who are you?
Who am I? You're talking to yourself. Been watching over you for 9 years. You can call me Ishmael.
What the hell is going on?
Well, the good news is, you're in the land of the living. Bad news? A world wants you dead. On your feet, soldier. The whole place is coming down. Need a little pick-me-up? Okay. Here. Nothing like a little digoxin to get you back in the game. Come on! Drug's not working.
In 9 Jahren nicht gelaufen, lass mir ein bisschen Zeit.
We're getting out of here. Move it.
Gib mir Mühe. Das klingt nach einem Problem.
Let's take the stairs.
Der hätte mir auch mal hochhelfen können. Der Ismail. Man sieht da richtig schön die Arschritze von Ismail. Ahab und Ismail sind übrigens Namen aus Moby Dick, falls es jemand noch nicht mitbekommen hat. Und als Phantom Pain das erste Mal angekündigt wurde, wurde es tatsächlich nicht als Metal Gear Solid Spiel angekündigt. Und auch nicht als Kojima Productions Spiel von Konami, sondern von einer Fake-Firma namens Moby Dick Games oder so. Richtig weirde Story. Einfach so ein geplanter Hoax von Kojima gewesen. Warum, weiß ich nicht. Wahrscheinlich um Hype zu generieren. Oh! Hallo! Abgespaced ist das auf jeden Fall. Ich glaube, die Drogen haben uns nicht so gut getan. Oh oh. Schmel brennt. So lang gebraucht, um zu checken, wer das sein soll. Der Feuermann. Oh ja, erstmal schön die ganzen Splitter in den Oberkörper reinreiben. Das tut gut. Die Schulter ist ausgekugelt. Sieht irgendwie nicht so gesund aus. Oh. Jetzt renkt dir mal die Schulter ein, ey. Das kann man doch nicht kann man sich nicht angucken. Aua.
Hold up, let's fix this.
Und...
Next time, do it yourself. It's always good to try and mend your injuries while hiding from the enemy. Over there.
Das ist schlecht.
Let's go.
Gut, dass sie sich mit der Smoke selbst die Sicht versperren.
This way, hurry. Get down.
Help me, please.
Die wollen wohl keine Zeugen. Dass der uns nicht sieht, macht überhaupt gar keinen Sinn.
Let's move.
Help me. I don't want to die.
Zu spät. Dass der nicht guckt, wer nach wem der in der um Hilfe gebeten hat. Okay, ich darf nicht aufstehen. Ich glaube, die wollen nicht helfen. In Filmen bin ich ja meistens nicht so der Fan von Lensflares. Aber hier in dem Spiel machen die voll Sinn, weil die halt die Sicht behindern. Und das ist ja Absicht, dass man nichts sieht, wenn man geblendet wird. Einmal kann er laufen.
Move! Go!
Scheiße. Nein, da geht's nicht hin.
Shit! It's ugly down there. Turn back.
Also doch dahin. Wow.
This way.
I'm Agricola. Come on.
Σας παρακαλώ, τι συμβαίνει?
Mir fällt jetzt erst auf, dass die Bandage ein bisschen aussieht wie ein Bandana.
Oh, what's happening out there?
It's all right, we'll be okay.
I can't see what's happening. Do you hear that? What's going on out there? It's okay.
Oh, πρόσεχε.
Hey.
Hey!
Hey.
I can't see what's happening.
What is that? What's happening out there? Does anybody know?
Hey!
We should be okay. Do you hear them coming?
Warum? Warum der Zoom auf dem Arm?
Get out!
Please, please.
Müsste ich mal eigentlich die ganze Zeit bluten? Der hat doch ein Messer vorhin in die Schulter bekommen. Das ist ein Kontinuitätsfehler. Ganz ehrlich. Okay, wir müssen sneaken. Nicht unter einem... in einem Bett sein, wo der reinballert. Das ist wichtig. wir den nicht gesehen haben, macht so keinen Sinn. Euch, Bauch bitte.
Anything? Negative. He came in here. Keep looking.
This way.
Ja, darf ich mich bewegen, bitte?
This way. We're sitting ducks. Blend in with the bodies. Get down on your stomach and crawl.
Hast ein bisschen Ketchup für mich?
If you move, we're done for. Play dead. Freeze.
Das ist irgendwie ungünstig jetzt. Was? Warum hat der einen Raketenwerfer in der Hand? Wofür? Das macht gar keinen Sinn. Natürlich schießen die nicht auf alle Leichen und vor allem auch nicht auf die, die am lebendigsten aussehen. Oh shit. Natürlich sehr günstiges Teil, dass der jetzt auftaucht.
Grenade! Take this!
Das war ein Fehler. Definitiv ein Fehler. nicht so viel. Das bringt ein bisschen was. Einfach ein Fiebertraum, der ganze Scheiß.
Hold on. We better stop and treat that injury.
Ja, einmal wieder eingerenkt. Perfekt. Schon ein bisschen abgemagert aus. Aber was erwartet man, wenn man 9 Jahre einfach nichts ist? Wahrscheinlich außer aussehen. Ja, da geht's nicht runter. Aber gegen...
Hold down the aim button to aim, then press the attack button to fire. Destroy it.
Ja, darf ich?
Hold on. Don't take the right. Take the left. You're pretty good. Nice work. Let's go. I'll run interference.
Gangster-Style. Wo ist er hin? Komm ich hier weg? Irgendwie habe ich das Gefühl, ich bin hier stuck. Eigentlich müsste ich hier rüberkommen, oder? Oder nicht? Oh nö. Ich würde gern aufhören zu rennen, dankeschön. Achso, ich kann hier durchkrabbeln. Das sehe ich jetzt erst. Maximal creepy. Und da ist der Feuermann wieder. Hey. Brenne. Das ist schlecht. Nicht abhauen. Ja, kümmert ihr euch mal um den Feuermann. Da bin ich auch absolut für. Creepy Boy wieder. Ist ab. Jetzt hau ab. Dass der nicht komplett verbrannt ist in der Explosion. Oder Schrapnelle wie sonst was abbekommen hat. Ja, das bringt's auf jeden Fall, das haben wir gelernt. Ich meine, das wird Zypern. Das wird... Ist auf Zypern Linksfahrgebot? Fahren die links? Ishmael, I guess. Dieses ganze Intro ist so fett. Es ist so gut gemacht. Ja, es ist Zypern. Ich mach alles weg. Disappariert. kann offensichtlich zaubern. Dieser scheiß creepy Junge. Ja. Den hatte ich vergessen, den Wal. Und ein Einhorn Pegasus.
Get on! I'm on your side! Hurry! Hurry!
Ja, vertrau dem Mann mit dem roten Schal.
Hang on!
Dem weißen Pferd.
Use this! Watch our backs! Shoot him!
Schieß mal auf das Pferd. Ich hoffe mal, dass es nicht die gleichen Fähigkeiten hat wie Feuer. Ich glaube nicht.
We shook him off.
Nee. Der brennt total vor Wut, auf jeden Fall. Oh. Aber zum Glück ist Wasser anscheinend seine Stärke, seine Schwäche. Und auf einmal regnet es. Kommst gerade richtig zum Ende des Fiebertraums. S-Rank, ja, nice. Weil ich so viele Headshots gemacht habe. Geht's lange nicht mehr gehört? Ja. Ganz gut. Gerade ein bisschen angeschlagen wegen Erkältung. Geht gerade ein bisschen rum. Aber sonst gut.
Come on.
Hab gestern mein Anerkennungspraktikum angefangen. Das heißt, ich bin jetzt das nächste halbe Jahr ganz gut beschäftigt. Wie läuft's bei dir? Ein Revolver. Ui.
The name's Ocelot.
Ocelot!
Hey, boss. You know who I am. A certain man gave me a job to do. Two, actually. First was to get you out of that hospital. The second was to rescue the man himself. You remember?
Gut, Arbeiter, ja. Arbeiten ist gut.
9 years ago, Kazuhira Miller. 9 years back, your private army came under attack by Cypher. You
Arbeiten ist immer gut.
Felt the day that is when
Macht
Cypher
Geld.
found you. And it's not just them. The whole world wants you dead. You'll have to join up with Miller. Build that private army of yours one more time. It's your only chance.
Subway, Snack und zugucken, dann pennen und arbeiten.
First we need to save Miller. He's in Afghanistan.
Die haben keinen Spaß bei ihrer Arbeit. Das ist richtig.
What, you can't keep up with world affairs in a coma?
Der Trick ist halt schon was zu suchen, was einem Spaß macht. Da muss man nur vielleicht Abstriche beim halt machen. Je nachdem, was einem Spaß
Miller was
macht.
training Mujahideen rebels when he was captured by the Soviets. The Reds' 40th Army. Troop strength somewhere around 100,000. Squad holding Miller set off near the Pakistan border yesterday. Now in 3 days, they'll reach the Soviet garrison. He'll be interrogated for a few more days, and it's off to a lager. Or left to rot in a ditch on Afghan soil. I give him 2 weeks. The job didn't mean anything to Miller. He only took it on to keep you safe. Well, there's our ride. Whaling ship. Had a pretty good deal on her once the IWC started raising a stink. Now 7 days to Port Qasim, another 3 overland. So we won't have much time once we're there. Don't take too long getting used to your new self. Hang on.
Ah, das ist so geil, so geil inszeniert. Dieses Spiel hat so einen starken Anfang. Ein paar Sachen in jedem Job sind so, möchte man skippen. Ja. Jeder Job hat irgendwo seine nicht so tollen Seiten. Bei mir ist der Papierkram. Ich hasse Papierkram. Aber gehört dazu. Muss man mit leben. Oh yes. Ein bionischer Arm. Er wird Ocelot wahrscheinlich über seine KGB-Kontakte drangekommen sein. Natürlich gab es in den 80ern schon E-Zigarren. Ganz wichtig. Ah. Jetzt geht's erst richtig los. Jetzt geht's erst langsam richtig los. Tutorial ist immer noch nicht zu Ende.
The area ahead is under total Soviet control. Miller's been captive for 10 days. Not much time left.
Weather will clear shortly.
Storm's passing.
Alle Metal Gear Streams mitbekommen, aber die Grafik von dem Teil ist jetzt schon krank im Vergleich. Ja. Ist ja auch der neueste Teil.
Getting used to it?
Vor allem alle Metal Gear Spiele, die ich bisher jetzt gespielt habe, die waren PlayStation 1 bis PlayStation 2 und PSP-Ära. Den PS3-Teil habe ich noch nicht gespielt und das ist PS4-Ära.
Solo infiltration of the Soviet main ground forces. Should be the perfect one.
Und dafür, dass das 9 Jahre alt ist, das Spiel. Nee, das ist 8 Jahre alt jetzt. Vor ein paar Tagen 8 Jahre alt geworden. Sieht das immer noch voll gut aus.
Kazuhira Miller is being held in Dawandehar to the north. Check its location now. Take out your iDroid.
Und jetzt wird's...
You see Wandy on the map? That's where they're keeping Miller. Only problem is, we don't know his exact location. Finding it is your first priority.
Krass, wie sich alles weiterentwickelt hat. Ja, es ist krass. So, da müssen wir hin, aber das ist mir auch schon markiert, ne? Ja.
Or should I say you're in scope? See the village? Straight ahead? All right, that's the village. If you see something through the binoculars and you need more information, just give me a call. I'll tell you anything I can about it.
Wo ist hier dein Sniper?
That's Violo Village. The Violo Calais. The villagers fled the war and evacuated a while back. Since then, it's become a base for the Soviets' 40th Army. A few days ago, Miller was taken through there, en route towards Dawandehar. You may be able to pick up the trail there. It's worth a shot. Put a marker on it so you don't lose track of where it is.
Marker placed.
Now you won't have to worry about getting
Das ist so
lost
regelmäßig
along
für
the
einen
way.
Sniper.
You can't have much left in him. I give him 3 days, tops. If we fail, and he dies, we lose our chance of revenge. But we need more intel. If you just go charging into Dawandehar, you'll be putting both your lives at risk. See what you can find out first. The Soviets have other outposts, not just the one you saw. Afghanistan is a big place. I expect you'll become quite familiar with those binoculars as you plan your next move. How and where you make it, well, that's up to you. From here on out, you're on your own. You're a legend in the eyes of those who live on the battlefield. That's why you have to handle this mission yourself. Put those 9 years behind you, and return as Big Boss. That's how Koss would want it. I'll be sending additional intel by radio. Stay sharp. Not one of Miller's bodyguards survived. And they were good. All we found on the scene were their corpses and knees.
Oh ja, die sind wichtig.
You'll be missing them. And you're his only hope of getting them back.
Koss ist ohne seine Sonnenbrille auf jeden Fall nicht komplett.
Now go! Let the legend come back to life.
Lässt du nicht schön zum Schlafen laufen? Nicht wundern. Ja, alles klar. Macht das. Dafür sind Streams immer gut. Oh, jetzt geht's raus in die weite, offene Welt. Ich muss echt sagen, Metal Gear Solid 5 ist der einzige Teil, wo ich Ocelot wirklich cool finde. In allen anderen Teilen ist er irgendwie weird. Irgendwie so ganz 60 Frames zeige ich aber nicht. Das Steam sagt mir 60 Frames, aber es sieht nicht so ganz nach 60 aus bei mir.
Ja. Wow, wow.
Pferde sind laut, ne?
They're bound to be guards.
Das
Take
ist
a look
mit
with your
Kiesweg
binoculars.
hier.
Put the enemy in the center of your field of view.
Oh. Hier sind Gegner. Ich bin auch gar nicht da, wo ich hin will. Und ich wollte dieses Mal dieses wunderschöne Feature nutzen, dass ich mit Tapes anhören kann.
You were hospitalized in Dekelia, a British sovereign base area on Cyprus.
Während ich laufe, es ist so geil.
Territory that falls outside of Cypriot jurisdiction. You got moved from Cuba's little America right into Cyprus.
Es hat mir ein Peace Walker so gefehlt.
The UK and the US remain close allies. The last place Cypher would think to look for you is inside their own system. That's what kept you safe in British military hospital for 9 years. The safest place from away.
You're almost at the enemy outpost, Vialo Village. The village is crawling with enemy soldiers. Don't just go waltzing in. Start with some recon. Is there anywhere that overlooks the village?
British territory, burning their own ally. That's how badly they wanted you dead.
He said I was in a British military hospital, but the doctor had a Greek accent.
They hire locally. Easier to trust them. Dekelia is also home to Greek Cypriots, after all.
What about the Turks? They haven't returned to the south.
Not yet. The Cyprus dispute is still a long way from resolved. The country is just as split as it was in '74. Turkish Cypriots in the north, Greek Cypriots in the south. Between them, the Green Line, the UN established.
And Dekelia sits right on top of it.
It does. Part of the buffer zone between the two groups. Another reason it was the perfect place to hide you. Easy to spot any outsiders snooping around.
So how do things stand?
Last year, the Turks declared that the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus is an independent state, though it's only Turkey that recognizes it. In the past, the Greeks and Turks lived side by side in the same villages. There are reasons to fight. Those came from the outside. Greece, Turkey, Britain, America, they all have their own stake in pitting the two sides against each other. But once you spark something like this, it's impossible to control. Both sides build up grudges like death, without the foresight to see that each act of revenge just fans the flames, and then it's too late for other nations to rush in with peace talks. The embers keep on smoldering. Each nation's arrogance only breeds anarchy. The world is paralyzed by this hunger for revenge. Cyprus is no different.
A parabolic antenna. There could be intel files of some kind in there.
You're up.
We're changing ships?
We can't go sailing the Suez in a whaler.
The Suez Canal.
That's marking. Focus on a thread and it'll be marked automatically. You can mark enemies and vehicles by zooming in with your binoculars or camera. Once they're marked, you'll also see their positions on the map.
We've got to transfer to a container ship for passage through the Suez. Our destination is Pakistan, Afghanistan's neighbor to the south. There, we disembark and head via Peshawar to the Zero Line, the border. We'll travel to the Khyber Pass by road.
And then?
We continue on horseback. Afghanistan's main roads are under Soviet control. We'll need to go around them. It'll be all narrow, winding paths through the mountains. We'll do better on horseback. It's a local guerrilla tactic. They use the higher ridges to avoid...
How about it? Can you see the village from there? Use the binoculars to recon the place.
Das mache ich doch schon. Mit die Fresse.
Look at where the enemies are stationed. Look at their gear. Take it all in. There should be a command post somewhere. See any buildings with tighter security? If there are clues to Miller's whereabouts, I'll bet you can find them in there.
While the Soviets have indicated they are not
Was
participating
mache
in
ich
the
denn
Los
die ganze
Angeles
Zeit?
Olympics
Bist du
primarily
irgendwie...
because the United States has made no attempt to guarantee the safety of the Soviet Union's athletes. The United States is increasingly demonstrating the belief that the issue has nothing to do with its preparations, and in fact this is retaliation for the Western nations' boycott of the previous Moscow Olympics. That concludes today's news.
That's quite some news.
The Soviet Union not attending the LA Olympics? Yeah. Andropov's death has changed some things. They're calling it revenge for the Western boycott of the Moscow Olympics.
Countries boycotted the Moscow Olympics?
Yes. In protest of the Soviet Union's invasion of Afghanistan. Over 50 countries were absent. It's too bad I didn't get to see Yamashita's judo. When the 40th Army crossed the Amu River 4 years ago, détente went right out the window. The U.S. Congress chose not to ratify SALT II, and Reagan's hardline politics won in the presidency in a landslide. According to him, the Soviet Union's an evil empire.
A second Cold War.
And there's been no end to regional conflicts and civil wars. Lebanon, the Falklands, Grenada, Iran, Iraq. The story never changes.
Egypt and Israel did sign a peace treaty. But then the driving force on the Egyptian side, President Sadat, was assassinated afterwards.
Welche Deckung nehmen?
Apparently, his actions were considered a betrayal of his fellow Arabs. Islamic extremists?
Yes. Fundamentalist extremists have been responsible for some terrorism in recent years.
Don't leave bodies out in the open. Find some place to drop them out of sight.
Suicide bombings in Lebanon. Over 300 foreign soldiers stationed there have been killed.
The countries have yet to develop an effective means of dealing with terrorism. Afraid of losing their own men, they've pulled their forces out, handing private forces a golden opportunity.
Private forces?
Small armies with no national affiliation, working for the highest bidder. That's right, they got the idea from you. After Mother Base went down, they began spreading to meet the soaring demand. Miller's organization is just one of many PFs now. The entire world is after you. But at the same time, it needs you too. Miller told me about what happened in the Caribbean 9 years ago. You do remember Miller. You'd formed a private army with him. An army with no allegiance to a nation.
I remember, but...
I see. You're not sure what's fact and what's a fantasy caused by the coma. It's still all a mess, huh? All I can do is tell you the facts as they were told to me. I've gone easy on you up until now, but this is where the hard stuff begins. 1974, the year before you entered your coma. You were in Colombia, operating with a small unit of men, basically mercenaries. Miller was among them. Miller was trying to find a way to turn his and your talents into a line of work. He was looking to start a business where you would fight on behalf of others around the world, those who needed military force. But the reality was, at that time, you didn't have enough gear to equip your own men. Then Miller came across this client. It was a huge job he was offering, but you had a shot at pulling it off. You accepted it and headed into Costa Rica. The client even threw in an offshore facility in the Caribbean. The mother base.
Okay, jetzt erzählt er nochmal die Geschichte von Peace Walker. Gut.
Miller sure did have a head for business. As your mission went on, your unit grew and grew. More weapons, more money. Before you knew it, you were commanding 300 men. As the organization got bigger, your military powers swelled to match. It got so the international community couldn't afford to ignore you. You were just too damn successful for your own good. You, your men, had worn out your welcome. Everyone was out for you. East, West, First World, Third. It was only a matter of time before someone took you down. And that was XOF. Officially, they're an anti-terror unit under the CIA. In reality, they're Cypher's private strike force. They lured you to Cuba using Chico, the Nicaraguan revolutionary kid.
And a dumpster. Looks big enough to hide somebody. You could stash a downed enemy in there, or hide in it yourself. Just don't stand too close to me afterward.
At the same time, C4 they'd placed on the strut legs went off. The whole thing went down in minutes. XOF. Kisses and hugs followed by a big FU. All because of Miller's blind spot. A back door into Mother Base no one suspected. You remember a certain scientist. Huey was responsible for bringing the inspection team on board, giving the enemy a perfect opportunity to hit you at home. You were returning from Cuba when it happened. Mother Base came damn close to taking you with it into the Caribbean. Those of your men out on assignment returned right away. They refused to believe the wreckage in the water they found on Mother Base. But they checked the coordinates again and again, until reality finally settled in. You were supposed to die that day. That was XOF's primary objective. As far as most folks know, you did. The first doctor to see you wasn't even sure what he was looking at. Before they'd even finished operating, your men moved you to that hospital in Cyprus. It was a woman named Eva who arranged that. Rings a bell, huh? Most men in your condition would have been written off right from the start. But you survived. You went straight down to hell, and they pulled you out. Your eye wide open. Full of venom. The days of naked Snake are long gone. Welcome back, Venom Snake. This world
Hier wollte ich eigentlich nicht rein.
Those materials are already processed. They should come in handy sooner or later. Why not start gathering them?
Physiotherapy's going well. Your arm's bulked up enough for it to fit. There. Perfect. A little time with it, and it'll work better than the real thing. What do you think?
I can still feel my real arm.
Well, you better get used to this one quick. You have any pain?
Every now and then.
Where?
My fingertips. My left fingertips.
Sounds like phantom pain. Your brain still remembers your old hand.
Yeah.
What about your vision? Can you see okay?
Yeah, at the moment.
Now, the shrapnel in your skull is pressing on your optic nerve. I'm told any hard impact could have an effect on your visual cortex.
Yeah, the doctor mentioned that.
Your brain might process visual information incorrectly. In other words, you could have hallucinations. You might see things that aren't there, or not see things as they really are. You experience any of that?
I think so.
Fuck, die was mitbekommen.
Right after I wake up. Colors look faded.
Colors, huh? Well, that's not a major concern in and of itself, but it could mean the difference between life and death in the field. You'll need to watch out for that.
I will.
All right. You should continue your physio. We'll be arriving soon. It's the last chance you'll get.
richtig verhören? Ja. Ah, okay, hier funktioniert's richtig. Sag mir, was du weißt.
Boss, you don't understand what he said?
Ach, ich kann kein
I
Russisch.
guess that makes sense. It looks like that horn stuck in your head has impacted the language center of your brain. If only we had a recruit with the Russian interpreter skill, we could get by with simultaneous interpretation.
Macht natürlich Sinn, dass ich kein Russisch mehr kann.
The enemy's given up their search for you. But they're not giving the all clear just yet. Stay alert.
Okay, wir haben Dokumente gefunden. Könnten helfen. Einmal schon eingescannt. In den 80ern. Mit einem Hologerät.
So you picked
Macht
up
Sinn.
an intel file.
Extraction.
Now we know where Miller is.
Base.
I'm marking it on your iDroid.
The map has been updated.
Okay, da irgendwo ist er. Ah, boy. In der Theorie. Müsste ich das doch kaputt machen können.
Your suppressor is no longer effective. Bear in mind your weapon will be loud from now on.
Okay, ich habe keinen Schalldämpfer mehr auf dem Sturmgewehr. Das ist schlecht. Ich bewege mich jetzt mal ein Stück weiter raus, damit ich die Horse rufen kann. Einen treuen Schimmel.
Planning to walk the whole wilderness on foot? Use your horse.
Ja, ich bin nicht blöd. So, während ich hier reite... Kann ich mir das noch anhören?
Snake, I wanted to ask you about the man on fire. What do you remember from the hospital? Anything we can use?
Well, he took off the moment the sprinklers started up.
Sprinklers? The fire system?
And when he got sprayed with water from the burst pipe, it slowed him down.
When we escaped on horseback, he wouldn't cross the river either.
And then it started to rain. And he disappeared.
Water against fire. Is it that simple? I mean, it makes sense. It's just hard to believe it would work on a guy like that.
Okay, damit habe ich jetzt, glaube ich, alle Tapes gehört. Auf die Leute muss ich aufpassen, weil die Patrouille, die haben Funkgeräte. Das ist ein Camp. Ah, hier oben komme ich nicht lang, ne?
Ja.
Whoa, whoa!
Yeah.
It's an enemy guard post. Watch yourself.
Mal, ob die irgendwas Interessantes haben. Eine Kassette, die ich noch nicht habe. Aber das ist mir noch nicht wert. Hier komme ich 100% auch nochmal vorbei. Aber ich habe noch so wenig Ressourcen, das lohnt sich nicht, die jetzt anzugreifen. Das war's. Ein Diamant.
That's a rough diamond. Good find. It'll fetch a high price.
Jetzt am besten links lang.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Ich glaube, wir haben doch noch gar keine Mother Base. Das macht gar keinen Sinn.
You've reached one day. They've got Miller locked up in that town. Check your iDroid for his location. I hope to hell he's all right. He's not your average client.
Das müsste der Truckfahrer sein, der da markiert ist. Ich muss mir gleich nochmal was zu trinken holen. Ich werde gerade ein bisschen heiser. Oh, da sind noch zwei.
So this is Raven territory. I heard once that some indigenous peoples in Canada and Alaska deify the common raven as a totem.
Das ist eine Referenz auf Metal Gear Solid 1, Vulcan Raven. Ich bin mir sicher, dass hier noch Patrouillen rumlaufen. Fuck. Hab ich mitgesehen. Ich habe nicht drauf geachtet, dass oder nicht gesehen, dass die Tür hier offen ist. Das ist schlecht. markieren. Drehst du dich um? Nein, ich bin offline. Ich bin offline, das ist schlecht. Okay. Ich nutze den Disconnect und hole mir was zu trinken. Habe ich mich stumm gestellt? Nein, habe ich nicht. Hä? Lol. Jo, das ist gerade irgendwie blöd. Ich hätte jetzt gern wieder Internet. Das wäre schon schön. Okay, Discord ist wieder da. OBS sagt, Internet ist auch wieder da. Und Twitch sagt, ich bin auch. Na? Control Panel, ja. Also mein Laptop ist noch nicht wieder drin. Okay, hier bin ich aber wieder da. Ich refresh mal die Seite hier. Okay, mein WLAN scheint noch offline zu sein, warum auch immer. Jetzt müsste es gehen. Aber ich bin im falschen WLAN drin. Ja. Ja, jetzt geht's. Ja, da hatte ich einen kurzen Disconnect. Nicht so schön. Jetzt bin ich ja wieder da. Das so. Jetzt einfach hier rein.
That's the building, boss. That's where they're holding Miller.
Aber der kann hier reingucken, ne? Oh. Ich nehme mich immer eben mit. Dann ist der auch nicht mehr im Weg. Ich habe einen Schalldämpfer wieder bekommen. Ist das mein Main-Weapon-Schalldämpfer? Yes. Ob der sieht die Köpfe in der Wand. Das ist so weird. Der hört mich einfach.
A portable toilet. If you're gonna hide inside, watch the enemy doesn't decide to use it. Same goes for hiding downed enemies in it.
Der ist in seiner Animation stuck. Wo ist der Dude hin? Weg. Okay.
Hands up.
Подожди, не стреляй.
Da geht's runter. Aber hier ist er. Guck mal, was unten ist. nichts Interessantes. Dann gehe ich wieder hoch und befreie Miller. Bin vorsichtig die Türen aufmachen.
God.
No more use for me, huh?
Guys, it's me. I'm here to get you out.
Snake.
They do something to your eyes?
No, it's just bright as all.
Es ist Nacht. Aber okay. Ja, damit du wieder sehen kannst.
What took you so long?
We'll talk, but not here.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
You've secured the target. I'll send the chopper to get you out. Make your way to the RV. You can check the location on your iDroid.
Mission info has been updated.
You look well. Age hasn't slowed you down one bit. Not so heavy anymore, right?
Oh, das ist risky, hier einfach durchzugehen, glaube ich.
Magic words, boss. I've been waiting 9 years to hear them. Kept you waiting, huh? Come on. Say it for old time's sake.
You're waiting, huh? Sorry, Cass, ich muss mal kurz hier einen Diamanten aufheben. Das ist wichtig. Der Helikopter wurde schon gerufen. Das ist ja praktisch. Moment, ich muss kurz was machen. Chat nämlich gar nicht mehr aufgehabt.
This is P-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ.
P-Quad, ich hab's vermisst. Ich hab's vermisst.
That's a type of medicinal plant. Bring it back to base. It's sure to be useful sometime. This is P-Quad. Have arrived at LZ. We'll stand by.
Oh, die Line werden wir noch sehr, sehr oft hören. Es wird neblig. Es stimmt. Was kommt der Scheiß her?
There's a gas covering the LZ. We can't land. Pulling back.
Gas. It's them.
Der Teil, den ich an dem Spiel nicht so sehr mag. Oh, ich hasse die so sehr.
Boss, watch out. It's the skulls. Don't let them find us.
Extraction arrived.
Whatever that mist is, it's all around you. We can't see through it. I'm changing the RV so it's outside the mist. Get over there. The chopper will be waiting.
Yeah.
Ich hasse die Skulls so sehr. Es ist so schlimm. Ich soll an denen vorbeireiten. Bist du bescheuert?
Caution, you are about to leave the mission area.
Ja, GG, Gar keinen Bock, ey. Das ist so weird.
You've got to lose him.
Fällt gerade auf, die Skulls sind ja Gegner, die... Man kann die gar nicht richtig bekämpfen. Man muss vor denen abhauen. Zumindest so am Anfang. Das ist so ein Konzept.
That's the unit that attacked us before. They came at us real fast in the same kind of mist. Our men, survivors from 9 years ago, were wiped out in minutes. All right. I don't know what they're in, but it's them. No mistake.
Das ist so ein Konzept, das hat Kojima dann irgendwie auch auf Death Stranding übertragen. Ich darf nicht mit dem Pferd, sonst will den Helikopter rein. Was Sinn macht. Ey, bleib stehen. Ich brauche Master Miller.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Wir müssen auch nach jeder Mission haben wir einen Abspann. Es ist super unnötig. Aber Kojima wollte seinen Namen einfach so oft wie möglich in diesem Spiel stehen haben. Mit seinem Abgang.
We're headed for the Seychelles. That's where our new home is now. Hey. That was some operation we had, huh? 9 years ago. Carving out our own world. Making our own future. And they took it away. I'm rebuild it. Make a new place. Together. That we can call home.
Das ist so...
Yeah, we were dogs, all right. Slinking around out of Cypher's sight. Digging up whatever kind of dirty money we could find. You name it. We did it. You see this? Diamond Dogs. Our new home. The phantom of our former selves. Triumph. Death. We weren't allowed either. Yeah. I remember it all.
Er ist so besessen von der Vision von Outer Heaven. Das ist hell. Aua. Ich hasse es, wenn Spiele sowas machen.
Just like a damn fiddle!
Help me, Snake. Chico.
It all ends soon, exactly as I've planned. Give my regards to your boss when you get home.
Ja, das ist das Ende von Peace War, von Ground Zeroes, ich weiß. Ich erinnere mich.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer. Every night, I can feel my leg, and my arm, even my fingers. The body I've lost. The comrades I've lost won't stop hurting. It's like they're all still there. You feel it too, don't you? I'm the one who got caught up with Cypher. A group above nations, even the US. And I was the parasite below, feeding off Zero's power. Afghanistan. Cypher just keeps growing. Swallowing everything in its path. Getting bigger and bigger. Who knows how big now? Boss. I'm gonna make him give back our past. Take back everything that we've lost. And I won't rest. Until we do.
Approaching Mother Base.
Es macht gar keinen Sinn, dass sie sich unterhalten können. Es muss so scheiße laut sein im Helikopter.
I don't know how long it'll take, but I'll make it bigger. Better than before.
God. What should I do?
Boss?
Tell me. Tell me like you used to.
Things have changed, boss. We pull in money, recruits, just to combat Cypher. Rubbing our noses in bloody battlefield dirt. All for revenge. The world calls for wet work, and we answer. No greater good. No just cause. Cause. Cypher sent us to hell. But we're going even deeper.
I know. I'm already a demon. Heaven's not my kind of place anyway.
Dogs of war for 9 whole years. That ends today. Now you're not sleeping, and we're not junkyard hounds. We're diamond dogs.
Let them talk.
We can crush Cypher, boss. And you can build the army that can do it.
Just one thing, Kaz. This isn't about the past. We're fighting for the future.
Ja, das ist Mother Base.
Boss, there's something I want to talk about. It concerns the running of Mother Base. Come meet with me. Okay. This base belongs to you now. Make Diamond Dogs the force it deserves to be. Like any organization, we need good people, and we need to make good use of their talents. Miller asked me to lay that out for you.
Bolton recovery.
Start bringing people in. Use this. It's a Fulton recovery device. When you're in the field, use it to extract any soldiers or prisoners you want back here. And we'll see if we can't persuade them to join the ranks of Diamond Dogs. Go on. Test it out on the staff here. Anyone you want. First, put them to sleep. You have a tranquilizer gun, don't you?
It's an honor, boss.
Okay. I'm sorry, boy.
Now extract it. Good.
Extraction arrived at Mother
You can only
Base.
Fulton recover someone if they're not resisting it. No dead bodies either. They don't make great recruits. The staff member you just extracted will be assigned to the team best suited to his abilities. See for yourself. Open your iDroid.
Select staff management from the Mother Base menu.
So that staff member was placed on the R&D team. The R&D team is in charge of developing all kinds of weapons and items that'll support you on missions. Take a look at the development list.
Select weapons items under the development heading.
Please specify
That's the R&D
project.
team's development list. See the item called cardboard box? Didn't seem much use to me, but Miller was adamant that you'd want it on the list. The last word in infiltration technology, or so he said. In any case, we don't have the manpower to develop it just yet. We need more staff on the team. Go extract a few more people. Boss, put the iDroid away for a moment. You can also Fulton extract individuals you've knocked out. Why don't you try knocking someone out with CQC
I'm ready,
next?
boss.
Show them how it's done, boss. Try throwing them. It's the best way to knock someone out instantly.
Excellent, boss. Now extract it. Good.
Extraction
complete.
arrived at Mother
One thing I
Base.
should mention. A Fulton extraction won't always be successful. If the person is injured, the shock of it could kill them. And if the weather's unfavorable, well, they could end up going missing. You can determine the chance of success by approaching the person you want to extract. If you want to be sure you can get them out, best carry them to the chopper instead. All right, extract the next staff member.
Soll ich mir jetzt aussuchen, wie?
Let's do this, boss.
If there are multiple adversaries
pull
nearby,
any punches.
perform CQC on them in quick succession. This allows you to take them all out before any of them can strike back.
Ich... Ich check grad nicht ganz, wie das Thrown funktioniert. Ich muss nachgucken, wie das Thrown funktioniert.
Thanks for that, boss. Don't pull any punches. Thanks for that, boss.
Ah ja, passt schon.
Extraction
Now that
arrived
we have
at
more
Mother
people on the
Base.
R&D, this level has gone
Unit
up.
function
You should be
added.
able to develop a
Development
cardboard
project
box.
extraction
Open your eye
arrived
droid.
at Mother Base. Development project has been added.
Select weapons items under the development heading.
Please specify
Now select
project.
cardboard box and start development. Just be aware that development requires funds. GMP. Watch we don't end up in the red.
Development has finished.
Please select a
You can
drop
have the support
point.
unit supply you with weapons and items you've developed. Think of it as your own personal delivery service.
Supplies requested. Supply drop complete.
Und da kommt die Kiste geflogen.
And there it is. Not sure what it's good for, but Miller said you know what to do. Try it out. One last thing. The staff members you extracted were all placed in the R&D team, but that was Miller's decision. If you think they belong somewhere else, you're free to move them around. Well, that about does it.
Mission
You won't
info
make any
has been
GMP or
updated.
find recruits hanging around here. Board the chopper when you're ready for a mission. Open your iDroid and select a landing zone to tell it where to pick you up. Or if you're still in the mood for knocking guys on their asses, you can stay around here a while and give the men some practice. Just come pay me a visit.
Voll interessant. Körperhygiene ist ein Feature in dem Spiel. Wenn man die ganze Zeit dreckig rumläuft, fängt man an zu stinken.
Boss, let's practice your CQC. Begin by grabbing it. Once you've grabbed someone, you're free to do as you like. Interrogate him, knock him out, kill him. Scratch that last one. Go ahead and knock him out. Extract the staff member.
Extraction arrived at Mother
Strike
Base.
an adversary repeatedly to knock him out. He'll stay unconscious for longer than if you throw him. Go on and extract him.
Boss! I'm ready, boss.
Starting to
Extraction
feel like yourself
arrived
again?
at Mother
The rest will
Base.
fall into place with some time in the field. Go ahead and call the chopper from your iDrone.
Hold up. Strain, interrogation, choke, throat slit. Ich suche gerade nochmal das Werfen. Okay, drauf zulaufen und tippen, okay. I see. Okay, jetzt einmal eben duschen gehen. Dann ist man wieder frisch. So, ich wollte... mal kurz in die Entwicklung gucken.
Thank you, boss. Thanks for that, boss.
Ich kann gerade nichts entwickeln.
Thank you, boss.
Gut. Dann Helikopter.
Please select a landing zone. Landing zone.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is B-Quad. On station at LZ.
Bis dann, meine Freunde. Wir sehen uns in der Hölle.
Gaining altitude.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Development project has been added.
Jetzt kann ich auf einmal Sachen entwickeln. Okay. Die Mission hat mich mehr gekostet, als ich eingenommen habe. Schlimm. Okay, ich habe geschafft, was ich mindestens schaffen wollte heute.
Boss, I know you haven't been back long, but I prepared a list of missions for you. Open your iDroid.
Please select a mission.
I've taken the job offers Diamond Dogs has received and made a list of those I want you to consider. Which ones you accept is your call. The objectives of the missions I've added are prisoner rescue, facility sabotage, and high-value target elimination. Probably all a walk in the park for you, but they should help you get back on your feet. I put the mission details on a cassette tape. Refer to it if you decide to accept the mission. We'll receive GMP for completing missions, and extracting soldiers and prisoners will boost our ranks. Building up Mother Base is the first step to achieving our goal. If that means wet work, so be it. We're gonna have to get our hands dirty. I hope you're rested up, because we're not stopping. Not until the pain is gone. The future of Diamond Dogs is in your hands. We're counting on you, boss.
Okay, ich würde noch so ein paar Missionen machen wahrscheinlich. So 1, 2, 3, keine Ahnung. Bisschen auf jeden Fall noch. Aber vorher muss ich auf Toilette. Aber wir haben auch noch voll viele Kassetten, die wir uns anhören können. Oh Gott. Ich lasse es mal eben laufen und gehe dabei auf Toilette.
Ocelot, I hear they started calling you Shalashaska in Afghanistan. What's that about?
You know the term Sharashka? It's slang for a suspicious, hastily thrown together organization. The word became associated with a type of forced labor facility in the Soviet Gulag system. OKB scientists and engineers who'd been convicted of crimes were sent to a Sharashka for forced R&D. The Sharashkas were supervised by Lavrenti Beria of the NKVD, the secret police, under the official name 4th Special Department.
Forced research? That's not very different from what we do here.
Diamond Dogs is different. Everyone here believes in you. Regardless of where they came from or why they're here, they revere you. And they're fighting because it was their choice.
And if it wasn't, they'd leave?
Who knows? That's our reality here, whether it's real or not. If there's another truth, I don't want to know it. All that matters is that's the concept that's taken shape in their heads. The traces of a group ideology, our superstructure, to put it in Marxist terms.
All right. Go on.
Right. So anyway, at some point the enemy started calling me Sharashka. This was after the war in Afghanistan broke out. While I was keeping an eye on you in that hospital, I was also heading up interrogations here. The men I broke gave up their comrades and families, everything they wanted to protect them most. No real cause for it. I just let myself get caught up in the old Russian pride. And suddenly I received the honor of becoming Special Interrogation Advisor to the forced labor camps. But the more men I interrogated, the more people saw me as just that, the interrogator. It helped cover my real objective of keeping you safe.
You went that far for me?
Far enough to keep you alive. I ended up being pretty well known among the Afghan guerrillas. Some of them would have seen me on the battlefield, and that's how I got the second half of the name. Shashka. It's a sword, a type of saber from the Caucasus. Russian dragoons and Cossacks carried them into battle. Now, the Russian Empire had a general by the name of Fyodor Arturovich Keller. His bravery earned him the nickname Russia's Greatest Shashka. Someone must have known about that, because somewhere along the line, Shashka got stuck on the end of Sharashka. The guerrillas were using the name amongst themselves, and by the time I got to hearing about it, the pronunciation had wound up as Shalashashka.
So, half gulag, half hero sword. Is a perfect fit.
But you see how rumors and ideas about people can get out of hand fast. Once you create a character and put it out there in public mind, it warps and twists with every baseless rumor. And before you know it, all people see are phantoms. In my case, it works out just fine. I'm plenty used to working under aliases.
Wir hören uns jetzt aber nicht alle an. Wir können uns gleich unterwegs noch ein bisschen was anhören. Ich möchte aber jetzt noch Sachen entwickeln. Wir können Sachen customizen. Das Emblem. Ich glaube, wir haben noch nicht genug Sachen, um das wirklich cool machen zu können. Passt. Ich habe meine Base immer in Rot. Ich finde Rot ganz schön. Kann noch irgendwas einstellen? Ich kann meinen Avatar wieder machen, aber nö, das ist nicht nötig. So, Sachen entwickeln, Staff Management. Ja, ich gehe mal davon aus, sie sind alle so halbwegs gut einsortiert. Dann gucke ich mal bei Entwicklung. Habe ich gesehen, sind ein paar Sachen, die ich schon irgendwie leveln hier machen kann. Ich kann mir Ocelots Revolver machen, aber nö. Ich entwickle nur Sachen, die ich brauche. Wie viel GMP habe ich denn? Oh, ich habe viel GMP. Ich habe über 1 Million GMP. Das Ding kann ich gebrauchen. Das kann ich gebrauchen. So, alle Kamos auf jeden Fall. Oh, das hat viel gekostet. Und dann kann ich noch Cardboard Boxes, glaube ich. Die lohnen sich. Ja, C4 kann ich auch schon mal reinmachen. Ich weiß nicht, ob ich das zwingend brauche. Gucken. Für die brauche ich ein R&D Level 7. So, jetzt aber in die Mission.
Please select a mission.
Mach jetzt einfach von oben nach
accepted.
unten. Keine Ahnung. Ich
Heading to Afghanistan.
spawn einfach mal da. Oder ich lande mal da. Was kann ich auch mein Equipment auswählen? Ich könnte eine zweite Primary mitnehmen. Ich kann die Sniper mitnehmen. Mach's mal nicht, weil es braucht Game. Obwohl doch, ich hab. Warte, was ist nochmal die Mission? Eliminate. Okay, da kann ich das Sniper für gebrauchen. Dann nehme ich die mit. Support Weapons. Ja. Okay, ich könnte C4 tatsächlich mitnehmen. Habe ich nicht entwickelt, okay. Dann egal. Items. Okay. Dann... Ihr könnt sogar Charakter auswählen. Ach, da brauche ich eine Combat Unit für, glaube ich. Und ich kann die Uniform auswählen. Mal Desert Fox. Das ist in Afghanistan, glaube ich, ganz gut. So, das sind jetzt erstmal, ich glaube, Nebenmissionen, die ich jetzt mache. Ich muss erstmal, glaube ich, 1 oder 2 Nebenmissionen machen.
Your target is a Spetsnaz detachment commander. Your orders are to take him out. With skills like his, it'd be a shame to waste him. But I'll leave the method up to you. Boss, make your way to Dishago Calais and eliminate the target.
Oh, Pflanze. Stopp. Pflanzen am Anfang immer mitnehmen.
We can use compounds from plants to make medicine or poison for use in new weapons and equipment. Take a look at the plants list on your iDroid to see which ones we need. Then go find them if you get the chance. It'll keep the staff happy too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Achso, ich wollte beim Reisen Tapes hören.
So SALT 2 still hasn't gone into effect.
That treaty was drawn up to limit not just the size of the U.S. and Soviet Union's nuclear arsenals, but also their delivery systems. The whole deal. Just when we thought all those years of negotiations had paid off, somebody decides to invade Afghanistan. The timing couldn't have been worse.
The president was in the middle of the SALT 2 talks back then.
You mean while you were busy trying to stop Peace Walker? I heard. President Ford was meeting with the General Secretary in Vladivostok. In his absence, the political brass in America detected what they didn't realize was false nuclear launch data from Peace Walker, and were on the verge of ordering a retaliatory nuclear strike.
Coleman's big idea?
Those are raw diamonds. Collecting them as assets will raise our GMP.
What humans are capable of.
If that AI, I mean, the boss, hadn't found a way to stop the fake data transmission, they probably would have gone ahead with the launch.
Deterrence was revealed as the pipe dream it was.
All thanks to you and her. The U.S.-Soviet talks looked set to fall through. What happened in Nicaragua no doubt helped trigger a change of heart. But in the end,
the time's to find the politics. When you've grabbed their tail,
You've arrived at the objective. Your target should be somewhere in that outpost. And don't forget, he has a Spetsnaz recon detail with him. Keep your guard up.
we were enemies. I was with the GRU. You were still fighting for America. 1964. Operation Snake Eater. Its objective? The assassination of the legendary soldier known as the Boss. When you returned home successful, they awarded you the title Big Boss. Your CO, Zero, sought to carry on the boss's will by covertly establishing his own organization. You knew the original members from Operation Snake Eater. From America, there was David O, or as he was to you, Major Zero. Donald Anderson, aka Sigint. Dr. Clark, who went by paramedic during the operation. And the fourth, you. From China, there was Eva. And me, Ocelot, from the Soviet Union. 6 in total. To us, government notions of friend and foe were meaningless. As were East and West, we joined forces by our will alone. Our objective was to fulfill the boss's dying wish. To make the world one. And to do it, Zero used the philosophy
Take a good look at their faces so we can ID the targets.
you obtained during Operation Snake Eater. This organization would go on to become Cypher. I, on the other hand, was left with a problem. You only recovered half of the legacy. I had to locate the other half myself. When I found the funds, I passed them on to Zero, just as you wanted.
I still trusted him in those days.
We thought what he was doing was the boss's will, until he started that one project.
Les enfants terribles, Zero called it.
You parted ways, as did Eva, leaving only Anderson and Clark still with him.
Hey, that was target confirmed dead. Impressive work, boss.
We were just keeping tabs on one another. The reason was always you. After you returned to the Army and created Foxhound, you left America. For a time, even I'd lost track of you. I'd imagine Zero did too. You always were the best when it came to hide and seek. Zero created Cypher, an information network to tap into every corner of the globe. Woven together, Cypher's arteries make the world just one big organ.
All right, you're out of the hot zone. No enemy forces in pursuit. Mission complete.
Zero died. That's you. Tracking your...
Wow, mitten im Tape einfach.
Project has been added.
Mission complete, boss.
Das war S-Rank. Krass. Es werden immer mehr Tapes.
How you feeling,
Wo
boss?
soll man die alle hören?
Getting used to being in the field again. Having choppers and horse at your disposal is indispensable for operating in the wilds of Afghanistan. I've gone ahead and arranged for you to be able to develop and customize weaponry for support choppers. And you can also develop new equipment for D-Horse if you like. Use your iDroid to start development as needed.
Okay.
Side ops list
The
updated.
side ops list is comprised of problems we need you to resolve, objectives to be completed, and information gained from the soldiers and prisoners you've extracted. These aren't missions per se, but if you can take care of them when you're free, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, ich würde gern... Ach, das sind die Side-Ops. Die sind in einem anderen Menü. Okay. Okay. Ein Interpreter extracten ist schon sinnvoll, würde ich sagen. Kann man schon mal machen. Wo sind die
Please
Hauptmissionen?
select a mission.
Auch da. Das wird sich ja anbieten, tatsächlich. Als Side-Op erstmal den jetzt zu extracten, damit ich die Russen verstehe.
Marker placed.
I first met you 20 years ago now. The place was Selenoyarsk in the Soviet Union. We were enemies. I was with the GRU. You were still fighting for America. 1964. Operation Snake Eater. Its objective? The assassination of the legendary soldier known as the Boss. When you returned home successful, they awarded you the title Big Boss. Your CO, Zero, sought to carry on the boss's will by covertly establishing his own organization. You knew the original members from Operation Snake Eater. From America, there was David O, or as he was to you, Major Zero. Donald Anderson, aka Sigint. Dr. Clark, who went by paramedic during the operation. And the fourth, you. From China, there was Eva. And me, Ocelot, from the Soviet Union. 6 in total. To us, government notions of friend and foe were meaningless. As were East and West, we joined forces by our will alone. Our objective was to fulfill the boss's dying wish, to make the world one. And to do it, Zero used the Philosopher's Legacy, the secret war fund you obtained during Operation Snake Eater. This organization would go on to become Cypher. I, on the other hand, was left with a problem. You only recovered half of the legacy. I had to locate the other half myself. When I found the funds, I passed them on to Zero, just as you wanted.
I still trusted him in those days.
We thought what he was doing was the boss's will, until he started that one project.
Les enfants terribles, Zero called it.
You parted ways, as did Eva, leaving only Anderson and Clark still with him. I maintained limited contact, although truth be told, we were just keeping tabs on one another. The reason was always you. After you returned to the Army and created Foxhound, you left America. For a time, even I'd lost track of you. I'd imagine Zero did too. You always were the best when it came to hide and seek. Zero created Cypher, an information network to tap into every corner of the globe. Woven together, Cypher's arteries make the world just one big organism. And that's not all. It also monitors the thorn in Zero's side. That's you, tracking your coordinates wherever you might go. The further you strayed from your roots, the larger Zero became. It's as if he was trying to close the gap between you. But before long, he disappeared from public life. Only a few people had direct contact with him. For a time, I was one of them. Then a year after you fell into your coma, he slipped out of sight entirely. Since then, nothing. No photos, no recordings, not even a reliable rumor as to his whereabouts. I tried every method I could think of, but Zero was gone. Freed of his control, his creation, his power continued to grow. Cypher is a great beast, and Zero was its spine. But even without him, it's endured, evolved. But now its body is rotting, riddled with parasites. Parasites like the ones who attacked you 9 years ago in the Caribbean, and then at the hospital. Cypher's Black Ops unit, XOF. They learned where you were, and came to wipe the slate clean.
Okay, was haben wir noch an Tapes? So viel, glaube ich. Afghanistan, Mother Base. Oh. Und Musik, ganz viel Musik.
Christmas Eve, 1979. The Soviet Union rolled into Afghanistan. Muslims had revolted against the Soviet-friendly regime established the year before. The DRA forces could no longer contain it themselves, so the Soviets went in to intervene. The Afghan government was powerless and fraught with infighting. They lost the hearts and minds of the people, and that alone...
We found out there's an English-speaking soldier somewhere in the region. He's a language specialist. His role is to translate information related to the West into Russian. If we can get him to join us, we'll have the upper hand in information warfare. Find this language specialist and extract him.
Rifles. Everyone thought it'd be over in an instant. Only it wasn't. Some Muslims made their fight a jihad, a holy war, and began a guerrilla campaign on all fronts. A war of attrition. These fighters call themselves Mujahideen. They're being supported by the West through Pakistan. That's why Miller was involved. He was training
That's the target.
Sponsored by the CIA. The war has become a nightmare for the Soviet troops stationed here. They thought they'd be headed home in 6 months at the most. Then a year passed.
Oh, Sandsturm.
2 years. Now here we are 4 years on with no exit in sight. Afghanistan has become...
So the sandstorms come in. Sandstorms effectively make you blind and deaf. But that goes for the enemy too. Use the situation to your advantage.
Homes to go back to. The Afghans have lost theirs. The Soviets destroy the kishlaks, villages, wherever they can. They burn down homes and fields, fill in wells, turn pastures into minefields. It's created a mass of refugees who fled to Pakistan. If the Mujahideen are fish swimming around the villages, the Soviets will go so far as to dry out their ocean. But this has had a big price. There's bitter resentment among the Afghans, and they're taking out their anger on the soldiers on the front lines. Among the Mujahideen are the Pashtun people. They're fiercely devoted to their code.
I'm sorry, boss, but the extraction failed. The support unit just isn't skilled enough. If you want to increase the success rate of Fulton extractions in bad weather, you need to improve the support unit.
Wow. Das habe ich voll vergessen.
Looks like that fall killed him.
Put them out of their misery. Then they burn down another village in retaliation. And the cycle of vengeance goes on.
Das habe ich voll vergessen. Oh. Jetzt ist der Sturm vorbei. Nice.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Aber die Side-Up kommt wieder, glaube ich.
Please select a mission. Mission accepted. The map has been updated.
Kaz, what about the unit that attacked us in the mist? You knew something about them.
That wasn't my first run-in with them. It happened right before I was captured by the Soviets. We were on the zero line that day, the Afghan side, on our way back from training the Mujahideen at a mountain camp in Kunar province. There's a lot of that work in Afghanistan. Most PFs shy away from it because it draws too much attention. But for us, that was the whole point. The job itself went great. We just had to make it back to a tribal area in Pakistan. But all of a sudden, visibility got real bad. It was no sandstorm. Our point man gave this strange report. He said he could see skulls in the mist.
Skulls?
The next moment, he went silent. We scrambled into formation, right before his arms and legs came raining down on us. It was always supposed to be a dangerous mission, so I...
Ich hab dich schon gefunden.
That wild dog pup. He's a tough little guy. Boss, this is no time to be playing with animals. What are you gonna do, boss?
Oh, ich hab gedacht, das dauert länger. Oh. Tschüss. Der kleine Racker.
We'll pick him up.
Okay, ich höre mir gleich nochmal das Tape an. Ich nehme die Mission nebenan.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Boss, you need to disable the Soviets' reinforcement system by putting a hole in their base-to-base comms network. Head for the Eastern Communications Post and destroy its comms equipment. First, use the binoculars to locate the communications equipment at the facility.
Moment. Welches das C4 entwickelt?
Please specify a project.
Ja, ich meine schon.
The map has been updated.
Supply Drop. Ich brauche nämlich... Ach, das habe ich gesucht. Habe ich das nicht drin? Dann rufe ich mir mal C4.
Please select and supplies requested.
Kaz, what about the unit that attacked us in the mist? You knew something about them.
That wasn't my first run-in with them. It happened right before I was captured by the Soviets. We were on the zero line that day, the Afghan side, on our way back from training the Mujahideen at a mountain camp in Kunar province. There's a lot of that work in Afghanistan. Most PFs shy away from it because it draws too much attention. But for us, that was the whole point. The job itself went great. We just had to make it back to a tribal area in Pakistan. But all of a sudden, visibility got real bad. It was no sandstorm. Our point man gave this strange report. He said he could see skulls. Thinking of using C4? It's an explosive that you detonate by remote control after you've planted it. My two boys' arms and legs came raining down on us. It was always supposed to be a dangerous mission, so I had Diamond Dog's very best with me. We were calling out to each other. But one by one, their voices just went dead. Whatever happened to me, I lost consciousness before I knew. Say, boss, you see many animals in the field.
Halt doch mal die Fresse.
Truth is, an environmental NGO has asked us to remove wild animals from combat zones. If you have the time, can you extract some back here? There's a reward in it for us. The way they moved was just insane. And that mist, appearing out of nowhere. The Soviets don't have tech like that.
If they did, Ocelot would have heard about it.
I doubt the West does either. Otherwise, the folks at Langley would be sleeping a lot easier.
Why'd they come after you?
Wish I knew. I'm the only one who survived. But I don't think they planned it that way. If I was their target, they wouldn't have just handed me over to the 40th Army. Whatever the case, we need to watch our step until we know who they really are. And boss, if you ever do run into them again, don't try to take them on. You just get the hell out of there. When I first started dealing with Zero, with Cypher, it was a somewhat parasitic relationship, though a mutually beneficial one. Cypher had no army of their own, so they wanted us. They wanted our strength. They approached me as a potential business partner.
But they had other motives.
Cypher coaxed us into Central America, into that US-Soviet proxy war, to fuel Mother Base's growth. Once we were big enough, they'd force us to join them. That was the plan.
That's why they had Paz, still Zeke.
Right. And if we refused, she would use Zeke to fire a nuke from Mother Base. The world would consider us a liability, and countries would unite to destroy us.
We stopped the launch.
And yet they still took us down. Through that fake inspection they orchestrated to cover up their sabotage. That power Cypher wanted. We don't have it anymore. So why are they still after you? Is it just the fear of leaving you alive?
I don't know. Was Zero really... All I know is the man I knew wouldn't want this.
What do you mean?
We have to consider that it might not be Zero we're dealing with.
We know virtually nothing about Cypher anymore. How big they've gotten, what they want, or even who they really are. The new mother base started out as a test drilling rig operated by a mineral resources supplier, but their project fell through. The Seychelles government was happy to hand the place over to us. It was just scrap on stilts. So with a few dummy construction companies set up as fronts, we started renovating the half-finished rig. You made it. First, use the binoculars to locate the communications equipment at the facility.
What you doing? Recreating the mother base we had years ago. Only this time.
That's right. The mother base Cypher thought they destroyed will return from the grave to kill them. We'll prove to the world that we were the victors.
And if we lose again?
They can't fool us the same way twice. Now our enemies are in plain sight. And when our organization gets too big...
Wormwood, also known as absinthium. That's used to make your phantom cigars.
Capital is back-channeled into a new company. Most PFs are small-time operations anyway. And in this business, the minnows go bankrupt all the time. We've never aroused suspicion.
That antenna is one of the targets.
Hewick.
There should be more. Keep looking.
Exploitation company. It's a business specializing in intel gathering. Think of it as a civilian intelligence agency.
Cause that's...
Remember what they were trying to accomplish at the prison facility in Cuba? That gave me the idea. We dispatch moles into conflict zones around the world, and each sets up an intel network on site. Then they stay in place to give us stable points of contact when other nations intervene in the conflicts. Hewick's strength is that it has a cutout at each level. You get your job from one guy, then you hand it off to another. No one has direct access. It's a perfect black box. Hewick members also work their way into the superpowers intelligence agencies to make sure Diamond Dogs gets work. We have those countries by the balls. That's our deterrent when we need it.
Networking? In the intelligence community?
Sure, that's how we've grown this far. And when you go out on missions, intel from Hewick will be there to back you up. But despite all that, Cypher has its eyes on us. The only reason I'm not dead is that they needed to know where you were. Figured if you woke up, I'd go straight to you.
That's why you made that ruckus at the Zero line.
Yeah, to make their own surveillance work against them. I think it took some of the heat off Cyprus.
Kaz.
Then I just had to wait for you to save me. And I've gotten used to waiting.
Kaz.
That's not all. It was a good chance to scout the market. And with the West wanting the Soviets out of Afghanistan, their agencies are bursting at the seams with funding. Boss, let's start by building up our Afghan presence.
Why put Mother Base in the Seychelles?
We're at the center of the world here.
We're all the way out in the Indian Ocean.
Come on. Lebanon, Sri Lanka, East Timor, and Africa. From here, our reach extends to conflict zones the world over, including Afghanistan, of course.
So it's prime real estate for a mercenary.
Exactly. Latin America isn't as close as I'd like, but we have Amanda and her people to help in that department. And besides, the Seychelles government owes us a favor.
Owes us?
The Seychelles has strong ties to the east, which the West wanted to shake up. It came to a head 3 years ago in an attempted coup. It was a force of South African mercenaries with U.S. backing behind the scenes. They were only platoon size, but South Africa is home to some heavy PFs, too much for the Seychelles to handle. In the end, they accepted help from the Tanzanian army and quelled the coup. We set up the deal and handled on-site tactical instruction. That led to some training work for the Seychelles military. And when we put down a mutiny within their forces, well, we made a lot of people happy. They don't pay us. They just let us have a piece of their offshore territory on the promise we'll come running if something else happens.
So we're bodyguards, too.
It's a good setup. We can only take Mother Base so far here. We'll have to find somewhere else when this place starts getting big.
Aren't you being a little hasty?
Nothing hasty about it. You're back with us now.
So, Kaz, the ship that took us from Cyprus, it used to be a whaler.
Yeah, a Japanese vessel. How was the voyage?
It was...
Weil ich muss die Sachen hier scannen.
That's another one of the targets. Do you see any more?
Ist nicht? Ja gut, das ist ein Radar wahrscheinlich, ne? Da oben ist eins.
That looks like the target. We know where all the antennas are now. Take out all 3 of them. How you do it is your call.
Emulating. Well, she was part of a whaling fleet up until a few years ago. Her displacement isn't anything to write home about, but she can really move. She still had plenty of life left in her, but then the work dried up. Global opposition to whaling has been mounting for years.
Is that right?
The push to ban it has been gaining traction for a little over a decade. Individual species came under protection as the years went on. And then 2 years ago, the IWC adopted a moratorium on commercial whaling. Several countries, including Japan, fought it to the bitter end. But eventually, most whaling companies had no choice but to throw in the towel. You ever tried whale snake?
Can't say that I have.
When I was a kid in Japan, practically everybody ate it.
That good, huh?
The country was poor in those days, and whale was cheap. International opinions changed since then. In any case, that's why we were able to get a bargain price on the ship. Of course, we did end up spending 5 times the purchase price in modifications. We had to really work to fit in all the ESM and communications gear while keeping the whaler look intact. Right now, she's going around conducting SIGINT missions. In the future, we plan to use her as a communications relay base between you and Mother Base, and also as a chopper resupply vessel. Diamond dogs. The word diamond originally comes from the Greek adamas. It means indomitable, unyielding. Other words for the stones often mean eternal bond, fortitude, or purity. The same is true of the Star of Bethlehem flowers you laid on the boss's grave. They represent innocence, as well as chastity.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
One's virtue. In other words, staying loyal to something.
All right, now get to a safe distance before you set it off. To detonate it, hold the ready button and then press the action button. Those materials have already been processed. It may not be much, but we can use them straight away if you bring them back to base.
Oh, ein großer Diamant. Dick.
Explosives should take care of them well enough. How you do it is up to you.
So, da unten ist noch ein Ding. Immer noch Karten übrig. Keine Infokassetten.
Development complete.
Musik müssen wir jetzt nicht hören. Ich warte mal, bis der hier vorbei ist, dann schleiche ich mich da runter. Ich meine, da in dem Haus wäre noch was.
mission's complete. We have the locations of all the targets. Explosives should take care of them well enough. How you do it is up to you. Explosives should take care of them well enough. How you do it is up to you.
Der Sandsturm kam ja gerade mal richtig zum perfekten Zeitpunkt. Heftig.
Good work. You've completed your objective. Now get out of the hot zone.
Mission info has been updated. Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Exfiltrated.
That's it. You've made it out of the hot zone. No sign of the enemy. Mission complete, boss.
Ich hoffe, ich kann die
Mission complete.
Translator
Boss, that was
Mission nochmal
exceptional.
machen. Base development unit has been established. Nice.
Our army is growing like crazy thanks to you, boss. In fact, it's getting downright crowded around here. To bring a greater number of people on board, we'll need to expand our facilities. To that end, I've created a base development unit. It has two roles, material refinement and platform construction. I'll start with the material refinement part. The base development unit procures material resources on a regular basis according to its level. The materials are stored in containers and placed on the deck of Mother Base. Once they're finished being processed, they can finally be put to use. By using these materials to build new platforms, we'll be able to add a greater number of staff to our ranks. We don't need any specific instructions from you to refine the materials, but I want you to be the one to decide how we construct platforms. Once we have sufficient GMP and the required material resources, you can issue construction orders from your iDroid.
Okay.
Prolonged time in the field is bad for the body and mind. I think it's time you took a break. Do it for me. Come back to Mother Base ASAP.
Ja, ich weiß warum. Ich weiß warum. Hat einen Grund, warum wir jetzt zurück sollen. Und es ist ein sehr schöner Grund. Oder?
Didi, come back!
Yes! Ja. Na, wer bist du denn? Wer bist du denn?
Mitch. Here's the dog you brought back. Bit of a troublemaker. Not sure about the breed, though.
Eine ist das.
He'll get bigger? Uh-huh. Like this. You know, I can look after him. He's still a pup, so he doesn't listen. I have a feeling someday he'll be useful. I suspect you discovered a real diamond in the rough. The little polish. I say we got a true diamond dog on our hands.
Yes.
DD, right? Hostlet raising hounds. Fine.
Come on, Didi.
Der ist so süß. Der ist so verdammt süß.
Channel request from Langley. We're to find a piece of new American military hardware that's gone missing in the mountains of Afghanistan. It's a difficult mission, but I'd say you're back in top form by now. Check your iDroid for the details.
Ich bin noch gar nicht so weit. Okay. Ja. Ach, das ist der Scheiß. Okay. Da kriegt man Sachen für.
Development project has been added. Development project has been added. Development project has been added.
Hey. So. Base Facilities. Kann ich was erweitern? Kann ich schon eine neue Plattform bauen? Ja, tatsächlich. Ich vermute mal, es ist sinnvoll, die Plattform zu erweitern. So, erstmal.
Commencing platform construction. Please specify a project.
Hey, ich kann die Level 2 Pistole schon machen. Das. Let's go. Die Security Stuff Sachen sind schon mal sinnvoll. Speaker Function. Sure. Capture Cage ist nice. Damit können wir Tiere fangen. Ah nein, ich wollte...
Please select a drop point.
Das wollte ich nicht.
Please specify a project.
Okay, ich möchte jetzt aber den Interpreter endlich mal holen.
Please select a mission.
Okay, dann muss ich wieder zurück. Pick up.
Please select landing zone confirmed.
Roger. This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is B-Quad. On station at LZ.
So, einmal rein. Und warten, bis es abhebt.
Gaining altitude.
Side ops list updated.
By connecting your iDroid to the onboard computer, you turn the chopper into your own Aerial Command Center, or ACC. Some elements of staff assignment and R&D of weapons and items can only be performed from there. Take as long as you need to consider all your options.
Development project has been added.
Es ist ein ewiger Zyklus an Management.
Please specify a project.
Ja, das habe ich schon ein Dings, ne? Ja. Helikopter. Wie sieht's denn da jetzt aus?
Specify a project.
Muss ich jetzt customizen, ne?
Please specify a project.
Helikopter. So, dann kann ich jetzt einen Raketenwerfer geben. Nice. Und färben kann ich den, ja, stimmt. So, Premium-Helikopter. Ah, so viel zum Anhören, aber nicht jetzt. Death Management. Muss ich da was machen? Nö.
Please select a mission. Mission accepted.
Und ich geh's mal in
Mission not
Free Roam.
accepted.
Weil ich möchte den Interpreter holen.
Please select a landing zone. Heading to Afghanistan.
Und danach kann ich noch eine Mission machen. Ich kriege jetzt einen Deathly Dress. Er hat ein bisschen Panzerung. Glaube ich. Ja.
Deploying.
Ja, gehen wir rein. Ich mache das und dann noch eine Mission. Und dann reicht es, glaube ich, auch für heute. Wird langsam müde. Aber das will ich noch machen.
Boss, as requested, we've added an analyzer function to your binoculars. Now you can view soldiers or POWs and get a readout on their rank or any special skills they might have. Depending on their skills, they may even be able to develop new types of weapons or items. Try it out the next time you're thinking of holding someone.
Das ist so nice, dass ich für die Gadgets jetzt einfach eine eigene Taste habe und nicht immer erstmal mühselig ein Item ausrüsten muss. Das macht das Ganze ein bisschen einfacher. Setup List.
Marker placed.
So, machen.
This war. The Kremlin never expected to have this much trouble against the Mujahideen. Afghanistan is a tribal society. Tradition demands that its people stand up to any outsiders who set foot on their land. With the honor of their people at stake, they have everything to fight for. No matter how hard the Soviets hit them, they continue to appear out of nowhere, striking back, then vanishing again. But there's one thing even the Mujahideen fear. Every last one of them. The Soviet gunships.
We found out there's an English-speaking soldier somewhere in the region. He's a language specialist. His role is to translate information related to the West into Russian. If we can get him to join us, we'll have the upper hand in information warfare. Find this language specialist and extract him.
This new honeybee weapon that was given to the Hamid fighters. It's no doubt something to help them strike back against the gunships. Which makes it a weapon that could change the course of the war.
That's the target.
Known as Mujahideen don't actually belong to a single organization. Afghanistan is a multi-ethnic country. You've got the Pashtuns, the Tajiks, Uzbeks, Hazaras, and each of them is split into their own tribes, large and small. Each ethnicity has several rebel organizations that their various tribes gather under. They're united under the banner of jihad, but that doesn't mean they work like a single standing army. Just look at the area around Smasi Fort. A lot of Tajiks used to live there, but They fled after the Soviets started their Scorched Earth campaign. With the area uninhabited, the Hamid fighters, who are Pashtun, decided to move in. The Hamids are based out of the city of Peshawar. We passed through it on the western edge of Pakistan. The Pashtun people have long lived in Afghanistan and western Pakistan. They used to travel back and forth frequently. Then Britain went and established the border that still stands today. The Hamid fighters get generous support from the Pakistani government. The government wants to use them to secure influence over Afghanistan.
That Soviet soldier in the Green Beret is speaking English. Must be a language specialist. With him on our side, we'd be capable of Russian interpretation support. Try and extract him.
Hands of the Hamid men.
So, dich tüten wir ein.
You have arrived at your destination. Side op completed. Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Unit function added.
Boss, that language specialist you extracted has been very cooperative. Says he's always dreamed of living a free life, like folks in the West. What are the odds, huh? I've gone ahead and placed him in the support unit. His job is Russian interpretation. Now you'll know what Soviet soldiers are saying. You can even interrogate them. Should give you an edge in the mission.
Okay.
You gonna extract him?
Please select a mission.
Over the Fence machen wir jetzt. Mach die einfach der Reihe nach.
Mission accepted. The map has been updated.
Ups, das wollte ich nicht. Und auf dem Weg ist noch eine Side-Op, meine ich. Ja, nicht ganz. Kann ich aber trotzdem noch machen, ist ja nur ein kleiner Umweg.
Marker placed.
Noch mache ich da so ein paar von, aber ich mache nicht alle. Am Anfang Mother Base ausbessern ist schon nicht schlecht, aber irgendwann brauche ich es auch nicht mehr unbedingt. Kassetten brauche ich noch, muss ich noch hören.
Ocelot said the number of private forces is increasing, and they modeled themselves after us.
They're a far cry from the likes of us.
But why? 9 years ago we made enemies of the world as a nuclear-equipped force, independent of ideology or state.
Yes. Sooner or later, the real UN would have stepped in.
So why are they giving these PFs free rein?
That's our fault, too.
What do you mean?
What happened 9 years ago was a real problem for a lot of people. An organization as big as ours, with our facilities, was wiped off the map. Not an easy thing to hide. But if our existence came to light, so would the names of our clients. We had contracts all over, east and west, from superpowers to banana republics, the lot. Our clients denied all association with the likes of us. They had to make sure things didn't blow up on them. But at the same time, they missed us. They really missed us. The demand for armies for hire was as strong as ever. The international community turned a blind eye to what happened to us, despite still needing people who could do our jobs. History couldn't afford to lose us. As soon as we were gone, they needed a replacement. So private forces spread everywhere. And they're all just a phone call away.
But still.
I know. PFs are totally different from what we envisioned. Nation-states, revolutionaries, terrorists. They have a lot of clients. Cypher is one of them. Cypher stays anonymous, but I know their work when I see it. In the eyes of those clients, the world's PFs are all just expendable pawns. The clients don't have to worry about losing their own men. Nobody knows they're involved, and PFs are cheap.
In short, the world is chewing up soldiers and spitting them out. Even some of the old Mother Base's survivors are still working for PFs. Some guys created their own smaller forces. Others were taken on by emerging PFs. Everybody's gone their separate ways. But none of them are living their dream, because they're not fighting with you. Of course, I tried to headhunt as many of them as I could for Diamond Dogs. It was all a waste of time. They said they weren't interested without you to lead them. But now you're back. And everything's gonna change. We'll unite all private forces under you, transcending nations and economies. What is a nation? Just a patch of dirt. The bonds among us will surpass nations. And that's what'll put the world under our control. We'll establish a new kind of country. Redefine the very concept of it. Even Cypher will be below us. An extraterritorial federation of military nations. The United States of Force. Once word of Big Boss's return starts traveling, that'll be our true deterrent against Cypher. In other words, no one will dare to come gunning for you.
How do you figure?
Cypher lacks a large-scale fighting force. PFs are the perfect tool for them. But those PFs revere you, the legendary Big Boss. If Cypher killed you now, they wouldn't take it lying down. Maybe they'd even go looking for revenge, but they definitely wouldn't keep doing Cypher's dirty work, even if it put their lives at stake. That's why it's no longer a benefit to Cypher to get rid of you. The very fact that you're alive is our greatest defense against Cypher.
Nice to know. It'll buy us some time while we get back to full strength.
Just keep in mind that what I'm saying is generalizing a lot. In practice, the PFs around the world don't know your face. Just declaring that you're Big Boss won't be enough to convince them. And if they see you as an enemy, they'll come at you with everything they've got.
Some hero.
That's why
If you set up a capture cage, it'll trap small to medium-sized animals. The support unit will handle the extraction, so all you need to do is place the cage. Wild animals have all kinds of habitats. Try placing cages in a variety of places. You can check the animals list on your iDroid to see which animals have been extracted.
Dass der ständig über meine Tapes labert, das nervt mich zwischendurch immer wieder. Irgendwie nice, wenn das Tape einfach anhalten würde.
Snake, do you remember Amanda?
Yeah, I do.
The revolution
Was
was
mit Chico passiert? Stimmt.
Somoza resigned. Nicaragua has a new government. Amanda's really working hard for her country to be reborn.
Good for them.
She says she wishes Chico could be there.
That revolution was the dream. For Amanda, for Chico, and their father.
That chopper was no place for Chico to
Das wird
die.
gestorben.
I'd like to at least think history will remember his part in the revolution.
When you pick up a gun, there's always a chance you'll die for nothing. He knew that as well as the rest. Now that he's gone, it's up to the rest of us to decide what it was all worth. If we don't, there's nothing to prove that Chico ever lived at all. We're his mark on the world.
Amanda told us that Strangelove contacted her after the revolutionaries came to power in Nicaragua. Strangelove, the AI researcher from Mother Base?
I remember her.
We'd lost touch with her, till Amanda heard from her out of the blue. She told Amanda she wanted to salvage Peace Walker's dry parts, or something from the bottom of Lake Nicaragua. Amanda passed the request on to her friends in the new administration. She's a national hero now, after all. So Strangelove got a Soviet military aircraft to transport something to somewhere. But apparently the cargo wasn't big enough to have been Peace Walker itself.
So what was it?
Who knows? We recovered Peace Walker's nuclear warhead ourselves 9 years ago. What could Strangelove have been after? Amanda said she didn't mention what her reason was or where she was headed. Nicaragua is a socialist state now. With Amanda vouching for her, the government didn't feel the need to concern itself with the details. All Strangelove told Amanda was that she was going to continue her research, and that the rest was a secret. Right before the attack, Huey was in the control tower to prepare for the inspectors. He was with them when it all went down. The control tower collapsed with the rest of it struck. His body was never recovered.
But he was the one who met the inspection party when they arrived. And he was the one who showed the nuclear inspectors to the tower. You remember the way it went. First he recommends we agree to the inspection. Then he gives them the okay without our permission. All the time acting as if he was doing us a favor. On top of that, he even had the guards disarmed that day. It would send the wrong message, he said. Whatever the angle, it all leads back to Huey. I curse my own stupidity for not realizing sooner. Huey escaped with that unit by chopper. I've been hunting him for 9 long years. The other reason I was operating around Afghanistan was to dig up his location.
Huey's in Afghanistan?
Yes, and I have a good idea where. Now we just wait for the right moment. This time, we'll be the ones using him. He's going to tell us who our guests really were that used a fake nuclear inspection to blast our home into the ocean.
Alter. Verballer hier alles gerade für die Viecher. Scheiße.
Extraction failed.
Ach man, wegen dem scheiß Sandsturm. Ich kann doch kotzen. Extraction failed, ja. Komm, sag's nochmal. Sag's nochmal. Oh fuck. Gerade gar nicht die Ressourcen, um gegen ihn zu kämpfen.
Analysis
That's the
complete.
target.
Analysis complete.
Jetzt muss ich wieder zurück irgendwie, glaube ich. Man die gucken 100 Pro auf die Brücke. Und da kann ich klettern. Kann ich schon klettern? Schon gelernt.
That crack would make a good foothold. You can use crack climbing to make your way up.
hier irgendwie hochkommen. Perfekt.
Analysis complete.
Что происходит? Посмотри! Хагова! Ау!
So your suppressor is worn out. That gun will be as loud as any other now. If you have to shoot, be careful.
Da kann der irgendwas. Ah, ne, lohnt sich nicht.
Side-ops list updated.
He's coming too.
Extraction
Roger that.
arrived at Metabase. Marker Remote Development Project has been added.
So, jetzt hole ich mir einmal Supplies.
Please select a drop point. Supplies requested. Supply drop complete.
Es hat gedauert. Gehofft, das geht ein bisschen schneller. So, jetzt einmal noch ins Einsatzgebiet. Ich gehe mal da runter. was gibt's zu tun?
Boss, the Soviet engineer is being held prisoner at the Wakt Sin barracks. You need to find him and get him out. He tried to defect from the base camp up north, but it didn't work out. Now they're holding him at Wakt Sin. He's offered his technical skills to us as long as we can guarantee his safety. You have to extract the target.
Boss, your target just happens to be the man who developed your prosthetic hand.
Ach.
And he's the only one capable of maintaining it. If we bring him in, I'm sure he'll be able to modify it in all kinds of ways as well.
Ja, den brauchen wir auf jeden Fall. Der ist gut. Da wird es ein paar sehr schöne Upgrades geben.
That's the Wakt Sin barracks. The target is somewhere inside that outpost. The Soviets consider him a traitor now, so he'll be treated like any other prisoner.
Analysis complete.
Ach, das ist die Kackmission. Ah.
Analysis complete.
Ich erinnere mich.
Analysis complete. You have arrived at your destination. Analysis complete.
Говоришь, ты жил на Украине?
Да, когда был еще ребенком. А что?
Моего двоюродного брата собираются отправить в одно из ад. Он не сказал мне, в какой именно, но это где-то в Украине. Он очень талантливый, намного умнее меня. В институте он изучал ядерные технологии. Если честно, я теперь ему завидую. Я вот каждый день сижу и жду, как душманам перережут горло.
Думаешь, у него все сложится? Слышал все этих слухи о тех городах. Утечки, радиации и всякие там.
Это только в городах, где испытывают ядерное оружие. Говорят, советские реакторы самые надежные в мире.
Надеюсь, ты прав.
Давай.
Ich schätze mal, hier komme ich nicht hoch, ne? Doch. Wunderbar. Der müsste ich nochmal umdrehen, dann komme ich an dem vorbei. Der dreht sich um, ist auch okay.
Analysis complete.
Oh, der ist gut. Den muss ich mir mitnehmen. Sich nur an. Schön anschleichen und dann...
Подожди, не стреляй!
Great. I've updated the info on your iDroid. Take a look. I hope he's all right.
The map has been updated.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
Das ist gleich der Alarm für den Sandsturm. Ja, Sandsturm.
You've entered a building. Always keep an escape route in mind when you head indoors. If you get surrounded, you'll have nowhere to run.
Erstmal looten. Fuck. Hallo? Alles klar. Irgendwie bezweifle ich, dass ich hier versteckt bin.
Looks like the enemy's lost sight of you. They're gonna try to hunt you down.
Стоп! Это кафе! Ответьте! Стоп! Ответьте! Стоп! Стоп! Это кафе! Стоп! Прием!
Analysis complete.
Is that him? Take a good look at their faces so we can ID the targets.
So, passt.
That looks like the target.
Протез. Я его сделал. Это мой шедевр. Обычные протезы. Это скучно.
Great. If there's nothing in the way overhead, you should be able to bolt them.
Я создаю биомеханические гибриды.
So. Guten Flug, mein Freund.
Target extraction confirmed. Your objective's complete. Exfiltrate out of the hot zone by chopper or on land.
КП, это зона 7. Никаких признаков противника. Обыскиваю местность. Прием. Это КП, понял. Следите за ними. Не позволяйте им уходить с фланга. Конец связи. Штаб. Это КП. По нам велся огонь. Открыли огонь в ответ.
Please select a landing
Враг
zone.
может все еще прятаться поблизости.
Support helicopter requested.
Штаб, это КП. Ответьте. Штаб, ответьте. Штаб, это КП. Штаб, прием.
So, ich schnapp mir jetzt das Auto da. Dann hau ich ab. Ich einfach kacken.
Всем боевым группам, это КП. На нас напали. Всем подразделениям занять боевые позиции. Поймал.
Gas.
Это зона 1. Вас понял. Подготовка к минометному огню. Конец связи. This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is B-Quad. On station at LZ.
Da sind noch Blumen, nehme ich mit. Das war nicht so elegant. Muss man schon mal so sagen.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Mission complete, boss. The engineer we rescued has been extremely cooperative. The guys on the R&D team are glad to have him aboard. Thing is, his specialty isn't mechanics, but something called bionics, engineering based on biology. He's already submitted a proposal for modifying your prosthetic arm. If you're interested, go ahead and give the development order.
Ja, aber nicht mehr jetzt. Ich höre jetzt auf. Jetzt gleich.
Side ops list updated.
Okay. Was ist voll? R&D. Ja, baue ich. 9 Minuten. Okay, dann baue ich halt noch mal eine
Commencing
Plattform.
platform construction.
I don't care. Das heißt zwar Ressourcenverschwendung, aber was soll's. So. Müsste jetzt gespeichert sein. Ganze 4% haben wir geschafft heute. Hey. Okay. Enden wir das Spiel. Und... So. Bin jetzt auch echt müde, ehrlich gesagt. Aber das war doch schon mal ein guter Einstieg in Metal Gear Solid 5. Es ist einfach episch, oder? Also der Anfang, der war doch schon echt richtig episch. Und ich freue mich auf sehr vieles, was noch kommt in diesem Spiel. Das ist ein ganz tolles Spiel, bis auf das Ende. Nur vielleicht ein bisschen, also es ist so, grenzt so gerade an zu viel Content, meiner Meinung nach. Aber, naja. Das ist halt meine Meinung. Ich verabschiede mich jetzt. Ich bin jetzt raus. Und ich wünsche euch noch was. Nächster Stream. Demnächst. Bald, hoffentlich. Denke ich mal. Bis dahin. Die Ohren steif. Ich bin raus. Bis dann.